Chapter 1420, Life and Death. Chapter 1420, Life and Death. Go through 9 reincarnations, combine memories from 9 different lives, and recognize oneself. That was the 9 lives reincarnation test. Jian Wushuang, standing below the clouds, had bloodshot eyes which showed an unprecedented madness. In his head, the memories from 9 different lives were devouring his consciousness. I'm Mu Qin, the richest man in the world. Can get anything I want from the universe. Give me your body, and I will let you enjoy no end of wealth and honor. From the very first life, the memory of the number 1 rich businessman who had built the noble hall, Mu Qin, was replaying in Jian Wushuang's head. I have been the emperor for a long time. The royal power belongs to me. Who dares to go against me in the world? This body belongs to me. From the second life came the memory of the emperor, Mo. He bellowed in madness. Chiu Er, my Chiu Er, where is she? I'm going to look for her. No one can stop me. The memory from the 7th life brought about an unprecedented stubbornness that was going to eat up Jian Wushuang's consciousness. The 8th life, the 9th life. The memories from the 9 lives were like Jian Wushuang living through 9 different lives. The 9 Jian Wushuangs went through their lives in their respective imaginary worlds and possessed their personal consciousnesses and thoughts. They also had their own desires. For instance, the first life went after wealth. The second life went after absolute royal power. The third life went after martial arts. Simultaneously, the 9 Jian Wushuangs were living together in one body, including Jian Wushuang's consciousness. There were 10 different consciousnesses. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. There were 10 consciousnesses in Jian Wushuang's divine body. The 9 illusionary consciousnesses would naturally consume him and fight for control of Jian Wushuang's body. Humph! Jian Wushuang's face was distorted and his entire body was shivering vigorously. However, his features looked ferocious and he maintained absolute sobriety in his consciousness. Shut up! All of you are merely exist in imaginary worlds. You don't exist in reality, and you shouldn't exist. Regardless of how much I have been through, how many emotions, imagination is imagination after all. Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth and bellowed. Ah! As you're not going to give your body to me, I shall die with you. The emperor from the second life, Mo, bellowed. The very next moment, the illusionary consciousness merged with Jian Wushuang's personal consciousness. I'll fight with you. The other 8 consciousness took the same path that Mo did. In that instant, 9 illusionary consciousnesses merged together with Jian Wushuang's. Previously, the 9 illusionary consciousnesses had existed in the same body as his consciousness. But then, the 9 illusionary consciousnesses were merging into his own consciousness. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's consciousness was at the brink of collapsing. He roared, "Who am I? Who the hell am I? Am I Mu Qin, Mo, or Lu Xian?" The entire firmament world could hear Jian Wushuang's bellow. Hall Master Yuan and Lei Chao, who were at the edge of firmament world, saw the scene and their faces grew grave. What's going on? I feel that his mind is on the brink of collapsing. Even the exquisite mirror heart guard elixir won't be of help. It couldn't protect his mind. What is he experiencing? Hall Master Yuan was anxious. His mind is on the edge. If it were to persist, his mind would collapse. By then he would become a mad devil. He'd rather die than stay alive. Lei Chao's eyebrows were tightly knitted as well. Both of them could feel the gravity of Jian Wushuang's current situation. It was definitely very dangerous. Only a little more to go before Jian Wushuang would drown in the unreturned path. Just that one bit. Just that one bit. He must steady himself. Otherwise he's doomed. Hall Master Yuan clenched his hand together. The two of them stared at Jian Wushuang and felt Jian Wushuang's change. Jian Wushuang stood at the edge of the cliff with half of his foot hanging off. At that point, even a casual breeze could send him into the bottomless abyss. Fortunately, he didn't step out the remaining half a step. Under the clouds, Jian Wushuang had become mad and let out an angry bellow like a devil. In the depths of his eyes and in the bottom of his heart, there was still a hint of light. Jian Wushuang was glad that he had trained up his state of mind to the first level in Dark Phoenix Pavilion. It was because he reached the first level. His true will could just about maintain its tinge of brightness. Otherwise, he would have been possessed entirely. It seems like he managed to guard the last bit of his mind. Hall Master Yuan sighed a breath of relief. Even so, the situation isn't favorable. Who knows what he's going through right now? His last bit of mind, how long can he maintain it for? Lei Chao said in a deep voice, "Even so, it's better than a collapsed mind. Now that he's steadied his last bit of mind, there is space for a struggle. Now it comes down to how determined the man is," Hall Master Yuan said. Determination. Yes, what Jian Wushuang needed, then, was to be determined. He steadied the last bit of his mind. As long as he could stay calm until he could remove the illusions and recognize himself clearly, he would pass the test. But in the process, every breath was a life and death torture to Jian Wushuang. However, it would still be a while until he would undo the illusions and recognize himself. Naturally, his determination was the key element. Under the clouds, Jian Wushuang looked like a mad devil, just as before, but he had calmed down after his bellowing. In his sea of consciousness, his consciousness had drowned in an unprecedented chaos. Countless illusionary memories overlapped with his own memories, and it became complicated. In the beginning, Jian Wushuang couldn't differentiate himself. However, he guarded his last bit of mind. Gradually, he understood his identity. "I'm a disciple of Star Palace. I am the husband of Lung Rushuang. I am the direct descendant of Xian Yi. I came from Green Fire World, Sword Marquee Mansion in Nanyang Land. My name is Jian Wushuang." A shrill scream reverberated through Jian Wushuang's body. In the complicated consciousness, his personal consciousness gradually took up the leading position. Then he quickly started removing the illusionary consciousnesses one by one. During this process, every single step was dangerous. With the slightest carelessness, his own mind would have collapsed. Chapter 1421, finally passed the test. Chapter 1421, finally passed the test. The cloud over Jian Wushuang lingered for 10 years. It's been 10 years. It's the first time I've seen someone's God test should last 10 years. Even Hall Master Yuan and Lei Chao, who had stayed for a long time in the firmament world, felt surprised by Jian Wushuang's God test. Ordinary practitioners' God tests, even the longest, usually lasted for only several days. But now it had been 10 years since the beginning of Jian Wushuang's God test, and it was still going on. His mind has been on the verge of collapse for 10 years. He is truly resilient. Hall Master Yuan Palace praised Jian Wushuang. Even real gods of the vast, eternal chaotic world, including you and me, would have gone mad from staying in such a torture for 10 years, but Jian Wushuang has endured. Lei Chao was also surprised. This kind of test was really painful. Almost every breath was a kind of suffering. Ordinary practitioners who could only maintain for several days were considered to be good. But Jian Wushuang had resisted for 10 years. No wonder Hall Master Yuan and Lei Chao couldn't help but admire him. Just then, Hall Master Yuan felt that Jian Wushuang's breath was calming down. Maybe the God test is coming to an end. Lei Chao said, "For 10 years, the breath of Jian Wushuang had been violent, just like a madman. But now, the breath of Jian Wushuang had quickly calmed down. In just a moment, his breath had completely calmed down, and his grim face gradually relaxed. In the heavens, the cloud gradually dissipated. A golden light suddenly appeared, illuminating the whole heaven. Divine light! Hall Master Yuan and Lei Chao looked at each other and smiled. Haha, the God test is over. Hall Master Yuan was excited. Our 10 years' wait has been rewarded. Lei Chao said happily. Divine light was the light that only appeared after the God test was finished. When Jian Wushuang passed his first God test, there was a similar divine light, so this time the light showed that Jian Wushuang has succeeded. Bang! A golden light came down due Jian Wushuang in 9 rays, and in an instant he was completely enveloped by the warm light. Like the first God test, the light came in 9 rays, which were now embracing Jian Wushuang. Hall Master Yuan and Lei Chao were waiting and watching the whole process. The baptism of the divine light did not last long, and it soon ended. As soon as it was over, the clouds dispersed, and the whole sky was again bright. After being embraced by the light, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a powerful light burst from his eyes. The light was so powerful that it flashed and tore apart an island in the distance directly. The God test is over now. Jian Wushuang held his hands tightly with his heart full of joy. Congratulations, King of Venomous Worms said. He also felt relieved for Jian Wushuang's success. During the 10 years when Jian Wushuang endured the torture, King of Venomous Worms always feared that Jian Wushuang could go mad. Jian Wushuang, come on. Hall Master Yuan came to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang said hello to Hall Master Yuan and Lei Chao respectfully. Congratulations, you have passed the God test. Hall Master Yuan smiled. Now, you only have to pass another God test, and then you will be a top genius in the future. I'm looking forward to that day, too. Lei Chao also laughed. Jian Wushuang was delighted. Jian Wushuang had passed 2/3 of the God test, each round of which was risky. There was still only the last step, and also the most difficult one. Jian Wushuang, what happened to you in the God test? Hall Master Yuan asked. Lei Chao also looked at Jian Wushuang curiously. They did not know what Jian Wushuang had experienced, but they could feel the danger of the process. After a while, Jian Wushuang said, I went through the 9 lives reincarnation test. 9 lives reincarnation test. They were curious about the details. Then Jian Wushuang recounted his experience in a simple way. Through the simple description, Lei Chao and Hall Master Yuan could still feel how dangerous it was, and they were shocked. 9 lives reincarnation. You had to integrate the memory of the 9 different lifetimes and even the illusory consciousness into your own consciousness. What a terrible torture! Hall Master Yuan and Lei Chao couldn't help exclaiming. This was absolutely the most unusual and dangerous God test they had ever heard of. 9 memories and consciousness were imposed on me, and they were beyond what I can control. I was on the verge of madness, but fortunately I reached the first level of the mind status from the experience in the mind cliff. As such, I could remain clear-minded, which was the most important thing. In these 10 years, every moment was a torture of life and death for me because I had to fight with an illusion. I had to stay alert or I would collapse. Honestly, I feel proud of myself. Jian Wushuang smiled. He knew how difficult the God test was. Even real gods found it hard to overcome, but Jian Wushuang had survived. It was a kind of unimaginable resilience and perseverance that had enabled him to survive. Though, without the appalling thunderstorm, the second round of the God test was far more difficult than the first one. Jian Wushuang said, Chapter 1422, Universe God in the Second Heaven. Chapter 1422, Universe God in the Second Heaven. It was true that it was 1,000-fold more dangerous than his first inverse cultivation test. However, regardless of how dangerous it was, I passed through the second inverse cultivation test. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan looked. Now that you have passed through your second inverse cultivation test and became a real universe god in the second heaven, your power must have improved tremendously, right? Power. Jian Wushuang lifted his eyebrows and a smile was revealed on his face. From a universe god in the first heaven to the second heaven, there was originally a huge gap. Any ordinary cultivator who managed to break through the threshold would naturally go through a transformation in power. Jian Wushuang, who was an inverse cultivator, naturally had an even more terrifying power increase. I feel that I could currently fight against Ling Feibai without using soul power at all. It might even be difficult to call it a victory. Jian Wushuang smiled. Ling Feibai, the genius of the geniuses. Due to the emergence of 3 strongest sword principle, Ling Feibai, who is just a universe god in the second heaven, could be compared favorably with an advanced universe god in the third heaven when his divine power erupted. Plus, he cultivated some secret skills and created unique skills. Hence, he could stand firmly on his feet among the peak universe gods in the third heaven when it came to fighting power. In the previous fight, Jian Wushuang could only rely on his soul power. He had put all of his tricks to play and could only be evenly matched with Ling Feibai. In the end, he was still defeated. But then, although they were both universe gods in the second heaven who had merged 3 strongest sword principles, Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator and he possessed the ancient god bloodline. Even though he had passed through his second inverse cultivation test and was still a 5-starred ancient god, he was now on the second stage of being a 5-starred ancient god. His ancient god power had increased tremendously as well. His divine power eruption alone was sufficient for him to fight against any peak universe gods in the third heaven. With the aid of blood-killing plate armor and the divine power eruption, no ordinary peak universe god in the third heaven could win against him. The eruption of divine power was so fierce. Even though he was weaker in unique skills, it could be compensated for. Hence, Jian Wushuang had the guts to say that he could evenly match Ling Feibai without putting his soul power to play. It wasn't a lie. I'm not sure how much more powerful you are now, but I can sense that your overall power has increased tremendously. Hall Master Yuan smiled. And as you have passed through your second inverse cultivation test, you will appear as a universe god in the third heaven in lineage of star. As you're a universe god in the third heaven, you can take a look at our most precious real god hall in lineage of star. Real god hall. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Real god hall was quite famous in lineage of star. Among all resources in lineage of star, it was the most precious kind. It was a pity that the prerequisites for entering real god hall were extremely high. Not only did one have to be a disciple of Star Palace, but they must also be a universe god in the third heaven. Before Jian Wushuang had passed through his second inverse cultivation test, he hadn't been qualified to enter Real God Hall. But now he was qualified. Real God Hall has great opportunities. If you were to grasp them properly, they would be enough for you to take your power to a whole new level. Plus, the opportunities in Real God Hall not only focus on power, they will be influential to your growth in the future, Hall Master Yuan explained. Jian Wushuang listened, getting more and more excited. Besides Real God Hall, Scripture Depository, as your second inverse cultivation test was approaching, you had no time to cultivate your second secret skill. But now, you can take time to pick one from the remaining 3 secret skills and cultivate it. Any one of them would be extremely beneficial to you, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang nodded. He had been yearning for the remaining 3 secret skills in Scripture Depository since long ago, especially when he had seen Ling Feibai performing Supreme Heaven during the battle. Ling Feibai defeated him because of that secret skill. Jian Wushuang, I'll give you 100 years to cultivate the second secret skill from Scripture Depository. Be prepared. I will assign you your ultimate disciple task 100 years later, Hall Master Yuan said. Ultimate disciple task. Jian Wushuang stunned. In 100 years? Isn't that too soon? Lei Chao looked at Hall Master Yuan in shock. To the others, it might be too early. But to him, it's not that early, Hall Master Yuan smiled faintly. Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn. He had stayed in Lineage of Star for so long. Of course, he knew about the ultimate disciple task. Lineage of Star focused on nurturing geniuses. But geniuses only grow during difficulty and massacre. Lineage of Star knew that well. Hence, Lineage of Star often passed down training tasks to their disciples. Among all the training tasks, the most dangerous and highest level one would be the ultimate disciple task. The ultimate disciple task could only be assigned to disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven, and only disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven were qualified to complete the task. The moment the task was given, the disciples couldn't refuse and had to complete it within the given time. If one couldn't complete it, the punishment would be severe. Of course, the task would come with extra gifts. The extra gifts would also be a chance that was hard to come by. Hence, the strong disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven in Lineage of Star were dying to receive the task. But because the difficulty of the final task was high, there were many disciples that died on the way to their journey. As such, under normal circumstances, only when disciples who were universe god in the third heaven had reached a certain level would the task be assigned. For one who had just passed their inverse cultivation test and immediately received their ultimate disciple task like Jian Wushuang, it would be quite rare. Only an absolute genius would receive such treatment. Come on, it's time to return, Hall Master Yuan smiled. Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan, and Lei Chao departed back to Lineage of Star immediately. In the boundless Milky Way, in Lineage of Star's old lair, Jian Wushuang parted ways with Hall Master Yuan and Lei Chao the moment they returned. Among the buildings, Jian Wushuang walked casually and came across many disciples in Lineage of Star on the way. Senior Jian Wushuang. Greetings, Senior. The ordinary disciples saw Jian Wushuang and bowed politely. Jian Wushuang found the sight strange. Before the battle, none of the disciples looked up to me. Forget about greeting me, they even looked at me in disdain. But now, Jian Wushuang shook his head and sighed. Power. It was all about power. Ever since the battle where he had proved himself with his power, the doubts about him as a disciple of Star Palace in Lineage of Star had vanished into thin air. The disciples utterly submitted to him and even revered him. Chapter 1423. The Four Supreme Doctrine. 9 Divine God Doctrine. Chapter 1423. The Four Supreme Doctrine. 9 Divine God Doctrine. The news about Jian Wushuang returning to Lineage of Star stirred a commotion in Lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang had suddenly came across a thunder test during the battle. Many disciples made guesses that Jian Wushuang should be going through his God's test in the third heaven. Then, when Jian Wushuang had returned to Lineage of Star, his aura obviously went through a drastic change. Because of the treasure that the founder of Lineage of Star had bestowed on him, Jian Wushuang was obviously giving out an aura of a universe god in the third heaven. Hence, the news of Jian Wushuang had passed through God's test in the third heaven, and the news that he had become a universe god in the third heaven spread across the entire Lineage of Star like wildfire. There weren't many universe god in the third heaven in Lineage of Star. Universe god in the third heaven who were disciples of Star Palace were even rarer. Jian Wushuang passed through the buildings and arrived before a golden palace with an imposing aura. At the entrance of the golden palace, there was an engraving of a real god pavilion. Real God Pavilion. Looking at the golden palace with its imposing aura, Jian Wushuang lifted the corners of his mouth and walked forward. There was a white-haired elderly who sat at the entrance of the golden palace. The white-haired elderly had his eyes closed like an old monk in meditation. Elderly. Jian Wushuang bowed slightly at the white-haired elderly. The white-haired elderly slowly opened his eyes and took a glance at Jian Wushuang with his murky eyes. Jian Wushuang. The white-haired elderly had gone to watch the battle previously, and he had seen Jian Wushuang's magnificent performance. "Oh, you became a universe god in the third heaven." The white-haired elderly fixed his gaze on him. "Elderly, I'd like to go into real God Hall," Jian Wushuang said straightforwardly. "You are a universe god in the third heaven and also a disciple of Star Palace. You are qualified to enter. However, I have to remind you that it isn't easy to open the real God Hall every time. The price to pay is terrifyingly high too. Even a disciple of Star Palace only has one chance to enter for free. To enter for a second time, one would be required to complete a training task and receive an additional grant," the white-haired elderly said. "I see." Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. He never knew about this before. "You can give further thought as to whether you want to enter now," the white-haired elderly said with a smile as he waited for Jian Wushuang's answer. Jian Wushuang hesitated for a short while before he came to a conclusion. "My ultimate disciple task will come in another 100 years. Once I have completed my ultimate disciple task, I will receive an additional grant. By then, I will have a chance to enter the real God Pavilion again." Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and said, "Elderly, I shall enter now." "All right, I will open it for you. You can enter directly. Remember, you can only stay in Real God Hall for 1 month during each visit. In that month, you should appreciate your time and not waste the opportunity," the white-haired elderly exhorted. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. After the white-haired elderly opened the door to enter Real God Hall, he took a huge stride into Real God Hall. It was a vast starry sky. Jian Wushuang stood right in the middle of the starry sky and looked around suspiciously. Real God Hall, the most precious land of opportunities on Lineage of Star. What kind of opportunities are there here? Jian Wushuang was curious. Just then, there was a huge, tempestuous river that appeared at the end of the starry sky, and it was soaring towards him at a terrifying speed. The river flowed so swiftly that Jian Wushuang didn't manage to respond in time, but was swallowed entirely. In the depths of the river, Jian Wushuang couldn't feel any impact and could only feel a unique strength from all direction. This is... Jian Wushuang was astonished. He could tell that the huge river was formed by these unique strengths. The unique strengths, Jian Wushuang couldn't determine what they were. Such incredible strength. Jian Wushuang extended his hand and touched the river water that was formed by the unique strengths. He couldn't see or touch the strengths, he could only feel them. These strengths, some I am familiar with, but most of them are very new to me. What are they? Jian Wushuang creased their eyebrows. Just then, King of Venomous Worms suddenly spoke. "Jian Wushuang, the strength that you can feel now is the purest and also the strongest power in eternal chaotic world. Its births and heaven ways exist in the cycle of heaven ways. It is power of heaven way. Heaven way." Jian Wushuang stared. Heaven way is the beginning of all living things in the universe. Eternal chaotic world that we are in, the 10 cultivation sanctuaries to the next eternal world or even Ian's world. They are all nurtured by Heaven way. The cycle of Heaven way was formed by 13 types of strengths in total. King of Venomous Worms explained. These power of Heaven way are shrouded in mystery. They are extremely fierce. Many cultivators in eternal chaotic world are dying to get the fierce power of Heaven way. Hence, there are cultivators who have tried to comprehend the power of Heaven way, which then derive the process of the 4 supreme doctrine, 9 divine God doctrine. The cultivators in eternal chaotic world, through comprehension of the 4 supreme doctrine, 9 divine God doctrine, with the aid of power of Heavenway, could release even stronger and more impressive power. However, because the power of Heavenway is too mysterious, only experts above the level of real God are qualified to comprehend under normal circumstance. As for universe God, any ordinary universe God isn't qualified to comprehend such strength. Only some true geniuses or incredible existences could try to comprehend one of the doctrines after they become universe God in the 3rd heaven. It is extremely rare. I reckon that there shouldn't be many in the entire eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang, do you still remember the genius Duan Lingfeng that you met on ancient Starcy back then? I told you that you met the real genius then. The reason why I said so was that I could tell that he already understood massacre doctrine in the 9 heaven God doctrine. Duan Lingfeng, Jian Wushuang, couldn't help but think of the genius that he was friends with in ancient Star Sea. Back then, King of Venomous Worms had said that Duan Lingfeng took the step. Jian Wushuang didn't understand the step that King of Venomous Worms was talking about, but then he understood. It turned out that Duan Lingfeng was a super genius who comprehended the power of Heavenway when he was just a universe God. Back when we saw Duan Lingfeng, he had just passed his God's test in the 3rd heaven, but his comprehension of massacre doctrine was extremely high. In other words, he had already understood a slight bit of massacre doctrine when he was a universe God in the 2nd heaven. A genius like him was hard to find, even in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. King of Venomous Worms continued. Chapter 1424, Reincarnation Doctrine. Chapter 1424, Reincarnation Doctrine. Jian Wushuang was even more amazed by Duan Lingfeng's talent after he heard what King of Venomous Worms said. In eternal chaotic world, universe gods in the 3rd heaven who could comprehend a slight bit of power of Heavenway could be considered as a monster among monsters. There weren't many of them. However, Duan Lingfeng understood a slight bit of massacre doctrine when he was only a universe God in the 2nd heaven. No wonder King of Venomous Worms had complimented him back then. The Supreme 4 doctrine, the 9 heaven God doctrine, either one of them would be extremely difficult to grasp. However, Lineage of Star lives up to its name of Overlord in Purple Moon Sanctuary. They made great efforts to create a river solely with the power of Heavenway. The river of Heavenway included the Supreme 4 doctrine, the 9 heaven God doctrine. When you're in the river, you can feel these powers of Heavenway clearly. The clearer you can feel them, the easier you will be able to comprehend them. The real God Hall deserves to be the most precious land of opportunities in Lineage of Star. It's too useful. The King of Venomous Worms sounded surprised. Obviously, even with his broadness of vision, he had never seen such great effort and such an amazing place for comprehension of the power of Heavenway. Jian Wushuang, the real God Hall has an unforeseeable benefit to you. You only have a month's time. Don't waste it. Use the time to understand, King of Venomous Worms said in a hushed voice. Jian Wushuang nodded. He had found out the existence of the Supreme 4 doctrine and the 9 heaven God doctrine. After Jian Wushuang had found out that Duan Lingfeng took the leap because he comprehended a slight bit of massacre doctrine, he yearned for the power of Heavenway. But real God Hall was the best place to comprehend the power of Heavenway. It shouldn't be missed. In the river that was made up of the power of Heavenway, Jian Wushuang sat down. He closed his eyes and felt the power of Heavenway surrounding him. Jian Wushuang felt that parts of the power of Heavenway were extremely familiar. The strength should be the power of space, right? Jian Wushuang felt one of the strengths. That was the strength that made him feel extremely familiar. One should know that one of the 3 strongest sword principle that Jian Wushuang opened up was the space-time sword principle, and it involved the power of space-time. He understood the power of space-time to a certain level, but it had not involved Heavenway yet. But then he felt the power of space-time in the river of Heavenway. Space-time doctrine was one of the 4 supreme doctrine. Out of the 4 supreme doctrine and the 9 heaven God doctrine, the former is slightly longer and more difficult to understand. The latter is the reverse. However, overall, it isn't much different. Jian Wushuang, if you were to find that you were more familiar with the power of space-time, it would mean that you're more suitable to comprehend this doctrine, but not those that you don't find familiar. You will find it rather difficult to comprehend them. The king of venomous worms' voice was heard in Jian Wushuang's head. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. If merely based on intimacy, I feel that there are 2 heaven ways that I found closest to me. One is space-time doctrine, while the other unique strength should belong to reincarnation doctrine. Reincarnation doctrine, it involved reincarnation. Among the 3 strongest sword principles that Jian Wushuang had opened up, there was a reincarnation doctrine. Besides, the most important part was that he had just passed his 2nd inverse cultivation test and had experienced the 9 lives reincarnation test. He had just experienced the 9 lives reincarnation test, and his understanding of reincarnation was beyond anyone's comparison. Then he could feel the surrounding power of reincarnation, and he realized that he was comprehending the reincarnation doctrine. He found it even easier than the space-time doctrine. The 4 supreme doctrine and the 9 divine God doctrine, the easiest should be the reincarnation doctrine. Jian Wushuang smiled. If so, what are you waiting for? In this 1 month, seize the time and spend all your effort in understanding the reincarnation doctrine. As for the space-time doctrine and the others, you can put them aside for now, King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang nodded as he understood himself. He could only enter real God Hall once, and he could only stay for 1 month on each visit. Hence, the time was extremely precious. If he were to be distracted and try to comprehend both reincarnation and space-time doctrine at the same time, 1 month would obviously be insufficient. He might as well focus entirely on reincarnation doctrine only. In real God Hall, Jian Wushuang had already started comprehending the doctrine wholeheartedly. Reincarnation, the combination of yin and yang, the life and death cycle, it is reincarnation. Half a month flew past. It's done. Jian Wushuang sat in real God Hall, and he suddenly opened his eyes. There was excitement in his eyes. Along with a clap of his hands, a unique strength slowly gathered. The strength, it was the power of reincarnation. Reincarnation doctrine beginner. King of Venomous Worms found it unbelievable. How could it be so easy? King of Venomous Worms was astonished. King of Venomous Worms, didn't you say it would be extremely difficult to understand the power of Heaven Way? But why? Jian Wushuang was surprised too. He never thought that he could understand the reincarnation doctrine so quickly and so easily. In just half a month's time, he had mastered a slight bit of power of reincarnation. Although the power of reincarnation was weak, Jian Wushuang had actually become a beginner on reincarnation doctrine. Luck, King of Venomous Worms complimented. Back when you opened up reincarnation's sword principle, you already possessed the basis of comprehending reincarnation doctrine. However, you're lucky that you happened to experience 9 lives reincarnation test during your 2nd inverse cultivation test. After you experienced 9 lives reincarnation test, your understanding of reincarnation was far beyond anyone else's. Besides, you're in real God Hall and you get to feel the power of reincarnation clearly. Most importantly, you are a quick learner. Thanks to all of that, you comprehended 1 bit of power of reincarnation within half a month. Half a month. TSK. If the others were to find out that it only took you half a month from getting in touch with Heaven Way to mastering the power of reincarnation, they would definitely be jealous. One must know in eternal chaotic world, there were many real gods that spent a long time and invested great effort, but couldn't grasp the power of Heaven Wei. Well, comparing one to another does piss people off. Hearing King of Venomous Worms compliment, Jian Wushuang smiled. I just mastered a slight bit of power of reincarnation, and I am considered only a beginner in reincarnation doctrine, but there is a space for improvement. For the remaining half of the month, I have to use the time to improve the mastery of power of reincarnation, Jian Wushuang thought and continued to comprehend doctrine. The 1-month time limit was over really soon. Chapter 1425, 4 Secret Skills of Lineage of Star. Chapter 1425, 4 Secret Skills of Lineage of Star. Phew! Jian Wushuang let out a breath as he walked out of the Real God Hall. Jian Wushuang, how did it go? The white-haired, elderly outside Real God Hall casually asked. Not bad, Jian Wushuang smiled as he replied. In actual fact, his visit to Real God Hall was better than not bad. With the aid Real God Hall, he had mastered a slight bit of power of reincarnation and become a beginner of reincarnation doctrine. What he achieved was definitely something countless real gods would be jealous of. Then, Jian Wushuang walked toward Scripture Depository. In Scripture Depository, elderly, Jian Wushuang looked at the deacon elderly who was guarding in Scripture Depository. Jian Wushuang. The deacon elderly took a glance at Jian Wushuang. If I'm not mistaken, you have yet to pass the 3rd floor of Star Tower. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. However, I have passed Illusionary Mind C's 19th floor. Hall Master Yuan said that I am qualified to cultivate the 2nd secret skill. I see, the deacon elderly understood and immediately pointed at the 4 secret rooms behind him. These 4 secret rooms, each room has a secret skill. You already cultivated the secret skill of Star Palace, so you can skip the first room on the left. Out of the remaining 3 secret rooms, you can choose whichever one you like. Jian Wushuang immediately walked before the 3 secret rooms. There were descriptions about the secret skill in the secret room at the entrance of each door. The 2nd secret room was Supreme Heaven that Ling Feibai cultivated. Supreme Heaven transformed one into demonic god, and one's power would increase tremendously in a short period of time. The secret skill was of a high level. However, similarly, the cultivation threshold was terrifyingly high. Plus, Supreme Heaven was actually using an extremely unique power of bloodline. He himself was already a cultivator who possessed power of bloodline. Hence, he was destined to be unable to cultivate it. Supreme Heaven, although it is extremely fierce, I already possess ancient god blood. That means I have the prerequisites to cultivate it. Jian Wushuang sighed. Back when Ling Fengbai performed Supreme Heaven at the crucial moment, he had been envious of the terrifying power that he showed. Previously, he had made a decision. If he were to also have a chance to cultivate the secret skill. However, the opportunity was before him, but he couldn't cultivate it. Jian Wushuang shook his head and walked towards the 3rd secret room. In the 3rd secret room was an extremely powerful secret skill of defense. It was called Xian Mia Golden Body. Secret skill of defense. Jian Wushuang was intrigued. His divine body was originally far stronger than cultivators of the same level and once cultivated secret skill of defense. However, it was Golden Image secret skill from Green Fire World. Although the Golden Image secret skill was quite decent and had provided great assistance to Jian Wushuang, previously, Jian Wushuang grew more powerful and the Golden Image secret skill barely met his standards. Plus, the Xian Mia golden body that was before him, as one of the 4 secret skills in Lineage of Star, was definitely one of the top secret skills of defense. To Jian Wushuang, such a secret skill of defense was very useful. Jian Wushuang, when you wander in eternal chaotic world and want to gain a foothold in 10 cultivation sanctuaries and gradually come to prominence, the most important thing to do is to save your own life. As long as you're alive, everything is possible. The defense power is naturally crucial. I have heard of Xian Mia Golden Body before. It is really a powerful secret skill of defense. The secret skill is such that a universe god in the third heaven is barely qualified to cultivate this secret skill. Plus, once it's refined, even if one is only a beginner, his divine body of universe god in the third heaven would be enhanced tremendously. He could even be compared favorably to a real god. King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang was shocked. As long as a universe god in the third heaven became a beginner in Xian Mid Golden Body, his divine body could be compared favorably with a real god's. So impressive. It seems that Xian Mia Golden Body is really a great choice for me. However, there's no rush. I shall see what the last secret skill is before I make a decision. Jian Wushuang smiled and then came to the fourth secret room, which was also the last secret room. Jian Wushuang fixed his gaze on the description of the last secret skill before the fourth secret room. The last secret skill, it was called Secret Skill of Dragon Blood. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked when he saw the name itself. Then he continued to read the simple introduction about the secret skill. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's gaze became strange. The last secret skill among the 4 secret skill in Lineage of Star was the secret skill of Dragon Blood, which he had cultivated long ago. Exactly the same. The secret skill of Dragon Blood was passed on to him by his master Xian Yi in order to protect his life during crucial times. The secret skill had saved him countless times. He also knew that the secret skill was extraordinary. Previously, merely by igniting his soul power, his speed would increase by 100 folds under the eruption of power. Then he became universe god and possessed divine power. Once his divine power ignited, his speed would be even faster, even more furious. But after he became a universe god, there was never such a life and death situation. Hence, he had yet to perform the technique with his all in eternal chaotic world. But Jian Wushuang never thought that the secret skill of Dragon Blood that his master taught him would be one of the 4 secret skills of Lineage of Star. The 4 secret skills in Lineage of Star are commonly entrusted to the person's memory directly, and the person wouldn't be able to pass it on to someone else. In other words, the 4 secret skills should be leaked. However, your mysterious master possesses this secret skill and passed it on to you. Hee hee, so interesting. King of Venomous Worms laughed. Jian Wushuang had a strange look on his face. He didn't know how his master got the secret skill of Dragon Blood. However, the techniques that he performed were unfathomable. He could never figure him out. I never thought that I had actually already cultivated 2 of the secret skills in Lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang blinked. The secret skill of Star Palace and the secret skill of Dragon Blood were both secret skills in Lineage of Star. However, as the secret skill of Star Palace possessed the power of Star, the higher-ups in Lineage of Star could tell that he had cultivated it before. However, no one could tell that he could do the secret skill of Dragon Blood. Even experts like Hall Master Yuan and Lei Chao, or even founder of Lineage of Star, if Jian Wushuang didn't proactively perform it, they wouldn't know that Jian Wushuang had cultivated the secret skill long ago. Hence, he was given the chance to visit Scripture Depository to choose the second secret skill. In actual fact, he should be choosing the 3rd secret skill. Whatever, the secret skill of Dragon Blood was passed on to me by my master. I didn't get it from Lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang shrugged and went into the 3rd secret room. Of the 4 secret skills, there were 2 that he had already cultivated, and there was 1 that he couldn't cultivate. Hence, he was only left with 1 choice. The secret skill was Xian Mia Golden Body. Chapter 1426, Star Pavilion. Chapter 1426, Star Pavilion. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang stood alone. In front of him, there was a bead that gave out deep and serene light. Under the cover of Jian Wushuang's soul power, there was suddenly a wealth of information that surged towards him. The information was, shockingly, the cultivation method of Xian Mia, golden body. It was imprinted in his head via inheritance. Xian Mia, golden body. There was 3 volumes in total. The very first volume itself required one to be a universe god in the 3rd heaven to qualify for cultivation. After the first volume, the divine body of a universe god in the 3rd heaven could be compared favorably to a real god. The Xian Mia golden body is really strong, but the threshold of cultivation is extremely high. Just the first volume itself would require one to be a universe god in the 3rd heaven, and it would require the assistance of 9 types of bloodline powers in order to succeed. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Although he was only a universe god in the 2nd heaven, as an inverse cultivator, regardless of if it was divine power or divine body, he could be compared favorably with a universe god in the 3rd heaven. He could just about reach the first requirement. However, for the second requirement, there were 9 types of bloodline power, and the higher level they were, the better. Jian Wushuang didn't have that then. Jian Wushuang, you only need to know the cultivation method. As for the 9 types of bloodline power, it's easy. The assistance of 9 types of bloodline power is nothing but some blood from a strong bloodline. Although you don't have them, they are sold in the market outside. They are not rare. From what I have estimated, as long as one can assemble 9 types of first-rate bloodline's blood, it will be more than enough to cultivate Xian Mia, golden body, king of venomous worms said. In Eternal Chaotic World, there were quite a number of clans with unique bloodlines. These bloodline clans were divided into strong and weak too. The weakest was a 3rd-rate bloodline clan, followed by a 2nd-rate bloodline clan. The 1st-rate bloodline clan was an extremely ferocious and unruly clan in Eternal Chaotic World. Of course, like Jian Wushuang's ancient god bloodline, it was at the peak of Eternal Chaotic World. It already exceeded the 1st-rate bloodline clan's coverage. It belonged to the peak of the bloodline clan. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded slowly. After he had memorized the 3 volumes of Xian Mia Universe, God, Cultivation Method, Jian Wushuang left Scripture Depository. In the Sword Star where Jian Wushuang was staying. Qiu Yu, how have you been over the 10 years that I've not been around? Jian Wushuang looked down. Mister, your performance during the battle 10 years ago shocked everyone. All the disciples in lineage of Star revered you, and no one dared to bully us maids and servants from Sword Star. Even when we had some conflict, the moment we brought up Sword Star, those servants in lineage of Star, or even the ordinary disciples would be courteous enough to not find trouble with us, Qiu Yu said. That's great. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly and asked, Qiu Yu, you're a universe god in the 3rd heaven. You have stayed in Starland for so many years, and you definitely have rich experience. I need some blood of the 1st-rate bloodline. Do you know where I can find it? The blood of 1st-rate bloodline clan. Qiu Yu was stunned, then continued. There's Star Pavilion under the lineage of Star. It can be found all over Starland. They sell various kinds of rare treasures. It naturally includes blood of some bloodline clan. Master can pay them a visit. Star Pavilion? Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. Then, Jian Wushuang departed that very day. Jian Wushuang shot from the boundlessness towards the busiest city, Snake Soul City. Star Pavilion was located in Snake Soul City. It was located in a busy city that was full of experts. Jian Wushuang came before the Star Pavilion directly. This is Star Pavilion. It looks rather magnificent. Jian Wushuang looked at the huge, delicate pavilion that was about 9 floors high in astonishment. Although Star Pavilion could be compared favorably to Vientiane Tower, which was the top one in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, It could be considered as the top store in Starland. There were many treasures collected here. In Star Pavilion, in a private, secret room, an elderly in purple robes stood before Jian Wushuang. The elderly in purple robes had an imposing aura. He was a real god. However, the real god behaved rather politely towards Jian Wushuang. Mr. Jian Wushuang, I wonder what I can do for you. The elderly in purple robe smiled. Although he was a real god, he was just an expert outside of Lineage of Star. He was naturally polite when he came across the disciples from Star Palace, which was located in the core of Lineage of Star. I need some blood of a first-rate bloodline clan, Jian Wushuang stated straightforwardly. There are many kinds of first-rate bloodline clans. I wonder which clans does the master want and how much of them? The elderly in purple robe asked. As long as it's a first-rate bloodline clan, any will do. The clans don't matter. As for volume, please give me 3 drops of each, Jian Wushuang said. During the process of cultivating Xian Mia golden body, if everything were to go smoothly, it would only require a drop of blood from the 9 different bloodline clans. However, just in case, Jian Wushuang prepared 3 drops of each. Every drop of first-rate bloodline clans' blood costs 500,000 chaos gems. You wanted 9 types of bloodline, 3 drops of each type. It is a total of 27 drops. In total, it would require 13,500,000 chaos gems. The elderly in purple robe smiled. So expensive. Jian Wushuang was shocked. 13,500,000 chaos gem was much higher than many peak universe god in the 3rd heavens entire properties. Expensive. The elderly in purple robe smiled. Everyone knows that not only is the first-rate bloodline clan's blood rare, but it is also widely used. Hence, its value is naturally high. Plus, as you're a disciple from Star Palace, you are able to buy a drop of first-rate bloodline clan's blood at the price of 500,000. If it were to be anyone else, it would cost $1 million for a drop. Is that so? Jian Wushuang was lost for words. He waved and took out the Qian Kuan ring. I don't have so many chaos gems, and I can only offer these treasures instead. Can you see how much these treasures cost? The elderly in purple robes nodded. He took over the chaos gems and started calculating. Very quickly there was a result. Mister, the treasures in this Qian Kuan ring are valued at a total of about 8 million chaos gems. The elderly in purple robe replied. Only worth this much? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. The Qian Kuan ring that he took out contained the items that he had kept from the years where he had killed others. It could be said that 99% of his treasures were in the Qian Kuan ring. He never thought that it would only be worth 8 million. It was still quite far away from the 13,500,000 chaos gems required. Chapter 1427 Auction. Chapter 1427 Auction. I have a few treasures. Take a look. Jian Wushuang took out another Qian Kuan ring. There were merely a few treasures in the Qian Kuan ring, and they were the most precious few that Jian Wushuang accumulated for all the years. Among them, there were 2 that he had got from Bei Xiu in Tianling, Mystery Land. The elderly in purple robe briefly went through them and replied, Mister, these few treasures are valued at 5 million chaos gems. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. He had already taken out all his treasures that he had accumulated, and he had only kept those that he could use. In the end, he was short of 500,000 chaos gem. Jian Wushuang, you're so dumb. King of Venomous Worms suddenly spoke. Those first-rate bloodline clans' blood essence are so precious, and you own the royal ancient god's blood essence, which is higher than those first-rate bloodline clans' blood. Wouldn't your blood be more valuable than the first-rate bloodline clan's blood? My blood essence. Jian Wushuang was stunned and then understood. He used his willpower, and a drop of dark gold blood essence appeared in his palm. The drop of blood essence was the ancient god blood that he had accumulated for the past few years. Although he was an ancient god, it wasn't easy to accumulate ancient god blood essence. For the past few years, he had accumulated 3 drops in total. The 3 drops could be used at a crucial time. Then he took 1 drop out. Look, the drop of blood essence, how much is it worth? Jian Wushuang passed his ancient god blood essence over. The elderly in purple robe took the blood essence and examined carefully. At first, the elderly in purple robe was calm. Very soon, his facial expression was replaced with an unprecedented terror. This is ancient god blood essence. And among the ancient god clans, the highest bloodline of all, the royal ancient god's blood essence. The elderly in the purple robe was astonished, and he couldn't help but look at Jian Wushuang. It is really the royal ancient god's blood essence. Could you see how much is it worth? Jian Wushuang smiled. The elderly in the purple robe took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in him when he replied, "The drop of royal ancient god's blood essence, the Star Pavilion would normally have the price of 15 million chaos gems." 15 million? Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. In order to cultivate Xian Mie Golden Body, he needed 9 types of bloodlines, at a total of 27 drops of blood essence. The value of 13,500,000 chaos gem couldn't even compare to his 1 single drop of blood essence. Mister, the drop of royal ancient god blood essence, if you were to sell to Star Pavilion directly, you can get 15 million chaos gem, but you could also opt to auction it out on the auction that is taking place 3 days later. You might be able to get more chaos gems then, the elderly in purple robe replied. Auction. Jian Wushuang was convinced. 3 days later, there will be a huge auction in Star Pavilion. Yes, the elderly in the purple robe nodded. Every once in a while, we Star Pavilion hold an auction. There will be a huge number of unique treasures that appear during the auction. At the same time, it will attract many experts. If you were to be interested, you can participate in the auction too. After all, the first-rate bloodline's blood essence that you requested will require a period of time to gather. As you have explained, I am now interested. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He had to wait for those first-rate bloodline clans' blood essence to arrive at Star Pavilion. He was free anyway, he might as well take a look at the auction. Then, put this drop of royal ancient god's blood essence up for auction. Besides, the few treasures that I gave you earlier, if possible, put them up for auction too, Jian Wushuang said. No problem, the elderly in the purple robe replied. Then, Jian Wushuang waited for 3 days in Star Pavilion. 3 days later, the auction in Star Pavilion started. The auction in Star Pavilion in Snack Soul City was a huge event, and it attracted many experts. Not only did it include a large number of universe gods, but there were even more than 20 real gods. Most of the real gods stayed in the independent rooms on the 2nd floor. In one of the rooms, Jian Wushuang sat in silence. Tianshi, you don't have to take care of the auction affairs. Jian Wushuang looked at the elderly in purple robe next to him, Tianshi. No, Tianshi shook his head and smiled. To him, the auction's affairs were not as important as Jian Wushuang's. After all, Jian Wushuang was a disciple of Star Palace, and he was a universe god in the 3rd heaven. He was destined to be the higher-ups in lineage of Star in the future, while Tianshi, who was only a real god outside the region. If he were to be on good terms with Jian Wushuang, it would be a great opportunity. Looking at Tianshi refusing, Jian Wushuang lifted his eyebrows but didn't push it. The auction below had started long ago. There were already 100 over treasures sold. Among the hundreds of treasures auctioned, there were some of high value and even treasures that would attract real gods. However, Jian Wushuang had yet to see any that were useful to him. Mister, soon it will be the royal ancient god's blood essence, Tianshi said. Jian Wushuang looked. and he began to look forward to it. Very soon, someone took the jade bottle up. The lady in red robe, who was the host of the auction, shouted, "Everyone, the treasure up for auction next value could be in the top 10 for this auction, and as for its rarity, it is definitely top. The treasure, if you were to miss it, I dare say that you might not have a chance to see it again." The lady in the red robe spoke, and there was suddenly a commotion at the auction. The cultivators in the auction, including those real gods who had come for the auction, were excited. The lady in the red robe didn't blab further, but quickly took out the dark gold blood essence from the jade bottle. The moment the drop of dark gold blood essence revealed itself, the universe gods who didn't know what was going on were calm in the open area. However, the real gods in the independent rooms on the second floor were roaring from the bottom of their hearts. That is, ancient God's blood essence. It is ancient God's blood essence, and it is the top clan among ancient gods. The highest royal ancient God's blood essence. Oh my, the royal ancient God's blood essence is here in this auction. It's a pity that the drop of royal ancient God's blood essence power isn't too strong. If I'm not mistaken, its owner should only be a 5-starred ancient god, but yet to pass God's test to become a 6-starred ancient god. Otherwise, the drop of royal ancient God's blood essence would be really impressive. I reckon many powerful real gods would be tempted. Even though it is only the blood essence of a 5-starred royal ancient god, it is still very rare. Chapter 1428. The Painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation. Chapter 1428. The Painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation. There were many gasps from the room. They were obviously preparing to bid. The lady in the red robe started the auction for the blood of a royal ancient god. The base price of the auction was already 10 million chaos gems. The base price itself was 10 million chaos gems. Isn't it too high? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows and said, "Mister, you belittled the rarity of the blood of royal ancient god. For such precious blood, even if the base price was 20 million, there would be people bidding for it, let alone the base price of 10 million. If there were to be someone who needed such blood, he would buy it no matter how high the price." Tianshi smiled. As expected, not long after the lady in the red robe had announced the base price, there were people bidding. 12 million chaos gem. 13 million. 15 million. Very soon, it exceeded the price that Star Pavilion offered, and it continued to soar. In the end, there was a real god in the private room on the second floor who bought the drop of royal ancient god blood for the price of 23 million chaos gems. 23 million chaos gems! Jian Wushuang's eyes were beaming with joy. From what he knew, an ordinary real god's entire property was about 40 million chaos gems. 23 million chaos gems were already half of a real god's entire property. It's a pity that it isn't easy to accumulate ancient god blood. I only accumulated 3 drops over such a long period of time. If it were easy, I would like to get a few more drops to auction off. Jian Wushuang smiled. Then the auction continued. Jian Wushuang glanced at the treasures that were auctioned, but almost nobody made any offer. 2 days later, the next treasure that is up for auction is extremely unique. In terms of value at this auction, it could be in the top 3. The lady in the red robe spoke, and every cultivator at the auction suddenly looked over. The auction in Star Pavilion didn't tend to save the best for last. Those previous treasures appeared randomly as they wanted. The treasure that was going to be up for auction then was obviously one of the most precious treasures in the auction. The lady in red robe took out the treasures. It was a scroll painting. It had yet to be opened, but it had a terrifying sword intention that dispersed. Jian Wushuang, who was in the private room, saw the scroll painting, and he immediately squinted. He was interested in any treasure that was related to sword principle. The scroll painting was obviously related to sword principle. The lady in the red robe continued to speak. "Everyone, as you're wandering in Starland. I believe that there should be many of you who have heard of a real god named Ju-He. Real god Ju-He. Real god Ju-He who fell 6 million years ago. Hearing real god Ju-He's name, many real gods in the private rooms revealed a surprised look. Real god Ju-He. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. He had just got to Starland not long ago, so he naturally had never heard of real god Ju-He. Then Tian Shi by his side spoke. Real god Ju-He was once the real god experts on the peak of Starland. His fame was not only in Starland, but throughout the entire 10 cultivation sanctuaries. When he was still alive, he occupied a space in the real god ranking list. Real god ranking. Jian Wushuang moved. He didn't know much about real gods. He never knew how to differentiate the power between real gods. But he knew about the real god ranking list. On the real god ranking list was gathered a bunch of top real gods in 10 cultivation sanctuaries. These real gods possessed a fighting power that could massacre a bunch of real gods easily. For example, Lei Chao from Lineage of Star was an expert on real god ranking list. And because of Lei Chao's strong power and his high position in Lineage of Star, he could even call Hall Master Yuan by his name. The other Deacon Elderlies in Lineage of Star would greet Hall Master Yuan politely. Noticing the commotion at the auction, the lady in the red robe smiled faintly. She immediately continued, the scroll painting for auction was the painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation that the real god expert formed with his understanding towards reincarnation doctrine and his terrifying sword principle. The entire auction was in silence. The next moment, the crowd burst into an uproar. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang, who was in private, stood up directly. There was a light that fixed on the scroll painting below. The painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation. To flawlessly merge reincarnation doctrine with sword principle. This, Jian Wushuang, looked dumbfounded. He had just become a beginner in reincarnation doctrine and mastered a slight bit of power of reincarnation with the aid of real God Hull. Hence, it was a true sword principle cultivator, and he was good at sword principle. It was because of the battle to become a disciple of Star Palace previously, and due to the press of time, even if he improved tremendously in sword principle, it would be very difficult for him to safeguard his position as a disciple of Star Palace. Hence, he had focused on soul attack for the past years. Regardless, Jian Wushuang had a swordsman living in him. He was a born swordsman. Regardless of the improvement on his soul attack, he was still best at sword principle. Especially then, he had just become a beginner in reincarnation doctrine and mastered a slight bit of power of reincarnation. Then, what he needed the most was to merge his sword principle and the power of reincarnation flawlessly, so that he could create an even stronger and more impressive unique skill. In turn, his understanding of sword principle increased tremendously. It was the most pressing matter for him. He had originally planned to cultivate the first volume of Shui Mia Golden Body, then spend the rest of the time improving his swordsmanship. Who would ever have thought that the painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation, which merged reincarnation doctrine with sword principle, would appear when he needed it the most? The painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation was simply tailor-made for him. Jian Wushuang, you were just a universe god in the first heaven previously. You were in too low of a realm and you were restricted, naturally. To be able to create an advanced rank 3 unique skill was already your limit. But now that you have broken through your realm and mastered a slight bit of power of reincarnation, it means that you have removed your shackles. Your swordsmanship is in an eruption period. The eruption period is extremely hard to come by. If you were to get the aid of the painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation, you would prove to be even more amazing. So, for your power, get the painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation at any cost. King of venomous worms, voice rang in his head. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. He squinted his eyes as he held his fists tight. He knew how much help the painting of understanding, sword via reincarnation, would be to him. He couldn't miss such a treasure. Ah! Chapter 1429, got it. Chapter 1429, got it. The painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. The starting price is 20 million chaos gems. No increment should be lesser than 1 million. The auction starts now. The lady in the red robe announced straight away. The entire auction was suddenly bustling. The starting price is 20 million chaos gems. Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. One must know that his royal ancient god's blood essence was only 23 million chaos gems. 25 million chaos gems. 30 million chaos gems. Merely 2 bids had kicked the price of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation to 30 million chaos gems. Jian Wushuang's face instantly grew grave. The chaos gem I had earlier is allocated to purchase the first-rate bloodline clan's blood essence. Now, I only have the 23 million chaos gems that I made from auctioning the drop of royal ancient god's blood essence. It is obviously not enough. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. I still have another 2 drops of royal ancient god's blood essence. Even if I sold them to Star Pavilion, it'd only be worth 30 million chaos gems. Add it to the 23 million Chao gem earlier. I have a total of 53 million. Jian Wushuang was determined, and he immediately shouted, 53 million chaos gem. Jian Wushuang shouted the amount that he could pay straight away. From the original 30 million chaos gems, it suddenly got bumped up to 53 million. He was obviously determined to win. Soon after the price was shouted, 55 million chaos gems. There was another deep voice opposite Jian Wushuang's independent room. In that independent room, a cold-looking man who was more than 2 meters tall and brawny in size was seated. His eyes were twinkling with a gem-like brightness. I have reached the bottleneck of comprehension in reincarnation doctrine. The painting of understanding sword via reincarnation might be sufficient for me to break through the bottleneck. I don't care about just 50 over million chaos gems. The cold-looking man also seemed to be determined to win. When the price was overtaken, Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were tightly knitted and he felt helpless. If he were to shout another price, he could pay it, but he would have to trade in his precious treasures in exchange, such as blood-killing plate armor, blood mountain sword, and so on. These treasures were important to Jian Wushuang. He couldn't just give them up in exchange for other treasure. Just as Jian Wushuang was becoming deeply distressed, the elderly in the purple robe next to him, Tianshi spoke, Mr. Jian Wushuang, you look like you really want to get the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. Yes, Jian Wushuang didn't hide it. The painting of understanding sword via reincarnation is very useful to me. It's a pity that I can't fork our more chaos gems otherwise. As long as you want it, we of Star Pavilion can figure it out for you, Tianshi said. Huh. Jian Wushuang looked towards Tianshi. Mister, don't forget that Star Pavilion is under the control of Lineage of Star, and you are a disciple of Star Palace. Star Pavilion naturally has to provide you the greatest service. Tianshi smiled faintly. Mister, please hold on. Let me talk to Elderly Song about this. Elderly Song, the Deacon Elderly from Lineage of Star. Star Pavilions around Snake Soul City were all under the jurisdiction of Elderly Song. In just an instant, Mr. Elderly Song mentioned that you can transfer 1 million chaos gem from Star Pavilion. Then pay it back slowly. If it were to be more than 1 million, you'll have to apply directly to Hall Master Yuan and receive approval from Hall Master Yuan, Tianshi said. 1 million chaos gems? That's enough. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed, and he quickly shouted, 60 million chaos gem. In the room opposite, the brawny, cold-looking man creased his eyebrows and followed. 65 million. 70 million. Just as the cold-looking man called, Jian Wushuang shouted another price again. The moment he shouted the price, the auction gasped. 70 million was definitely an astronomical figure to a universe god. Even to a real god. Any ordinary real god would find it difficult to pay this amount of chaos gem. 70 million. The brawny, cold-looking man grew distressed. Although the painting of understanding soared via reincarnation at precious, 70 million chaos gem isn't a small figure. The cold-looking man suddenly spoke after a moment of silence. I wonder which real god is opposite. I wonder if you could spare consideration to me and yuan. And yuan. It suddenly stirred a commotion at the auction. Real god and yuan, it's him? Tian Shi was shocked too. Real god and yuan is very famous. Jian Wushuang looked at Tian Shi. Quite famous, Tian Shi nodded. He is from a great influence in Starland, the second elderly of the great influence. Not only does he possess great influence, but his power is also impressive. It is beyond any ordinary real gods. He spoke now for you to reconsider. If you were an ordinary real god, you might stop fighting over the painting with him. However, you are a disciple of Star Palace. Although real god in Yuan has a strong background, he's nothing to you. You can totally ignore him. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. In Starland, lineage of Star was the definite overlord. As a disciple of Star Palace, which was the core of lineage of Star, he wasn't someone any ordinary real god could offend. Although real god in Yuan wouldn't dare to do anything to me, there's no need for me to offend him, Jian Wushuang smiled. Then he spoke. Real god in Yuan, I am Jian Wushuang from Star Palace. The painting of understanding soared via reincarnation is very useful to me. So, excuse me. Jian Wushuang's voice reverberated at the auction, and many gasped in surprise. Star Palace. Disciple of Star Palace. Disciple from the core of lineage of Star, the genius of the geniuses. Such a favored man has joined this auction too. Everyone was astonished. Even real god in Yuan was surprised. He's a disciple of Star Palace. Real god in Yuan muttered to himself as he shook his head. Disciple of Star Palace. Although his power might not be at my level now, once he grows, he is destined to be stronger than I am. I can't offend such a figure. Forget it. It isn't definite that the painting of understanding soared via reincarnation could help me break through the bottleneck. As the disciple of Star Palace wants it, I shall let him have it. Jian Wushuang, I give up the painting of understanding soared via reincarnation. Real god in Yuan said. Thank you. Jian Wushuang expressed his gratitude. Real god in Yuan didn't continue to fight with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang got the painting of understanding soared via reincarnation with 70 million chaos gems. Chapter 1430 Battle. Chapter 1430 Battle. Then there were another 100 treasures up for auction before it ended. In the secret room, Mister, this is your painting of understanding soared via reincarnation. The elderly in a purple robe, Tian Shi, sent the scroll painting to Jian Wushuang. Mister, the blood that you needed, Star Pavilion has prepared them. You can come and collect them tomorrow. Very good. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. He was delighted. He could finally complete the first volume of Xian Mia Golden Body and possess a divine body of a real god after it got the blood. With the aid of the painting of understanding soared via reincarnation, his power could definitely be improved to another level before the ultimate disciple task. Just then, Tian Shi suddenly moved and smiled. Mister, I have just received news. There will be a battle on the battlefield of Snake Soul City. If you have time, you can come and take a look. Whose battle? Jian Wushuang asked. two universe gods in the third heaven. One of them is Lin Shui, an extremely famous universe god in the third heaven on Starland. She's also one of the most outstanding disciples among disciples who are universe god in the third heaven from Dark Phoenix Pavilion. Ho-E, who she is challenging, isn't famous. He seems to have popped out from nowhere. However, he is very powerful. He defeated Lin Shui's Jr. with just 2 slashes of his axe, Tianshi said. Dark Phoenix Pavilion, Lin Shui. Jian Wushuang lifted his eyebrows. He had dealt with Dark Phoenix Pavilion before, and he had also fought a few geniuses there before. But he had only visited Dark Phoenix Pavilion as universe god in the second heaven back then. Hence, he had only fought the disciples who were universe gods in the second heaven from Dark Phoenix Pavilion. As for disciples who were universe god in the third heaven, he didn't know them. However, judging by geniuses like Qiu Ling and Lu Shar who had fought with him, the disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven from Dark Phoenix Pavilion were outstanding. They were all true geniuses. A battle among geniuses. Jian Wushuang was, of course, interested. "Let's go and take a look," Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Under the guidance of Tianshi, Jian Wushuang came to the biggest battlefield in Snake Soul City. The battlefield then was crowded. There were many cultivators in the city who were attracted by the battle. Jian Wushuang and Tianshi found a seat and sat. They were looking at the 2 figures who had appeared on the battlefield. Among the 2 of them, the beautiful lady in a snow-white robe should be Lin Shui, who is a universe god in the third heaven from Dark Phoenix Pavilion. The one who stood opposite was a purple-haired young man in a crimson robe, and he looked cold. The purple-haired young man was carrying an axe on his back. That's Ho-E. He wasn't famous at all previously, but the moment he appeared, he defeated a peak universe god in the third heaven easily, Tianshi said. During the fight, Jian Wushuang watched attentively. Virum. There was a strong force of sword and tension that flurried. There was suddenly snow falling on the battlefield. The snowflakes gathered and formed a huge snow dragon at one end. The snow dragon was terrifying. Then Ho-E slammed his axe. The moment the axe was revealed, the sky changed color and it was extremely imposing. These 2, Jian Wushuang, squinted the moment the 2 of them started the fight. Real God, unique skills. The 2 of them created real God, unique skills. Jian Wushuang exclaimed in silence. Unique skills. Above rank 3 strongest unique skill was real God, unique skill. Real God, unique skill was similar to universe God, unique skill, and there were a few levels to it. Then, although Lin Shui and Ho-E were only performing an ordinary real God, unique skill, it was much stronger than a universe God, unique skill. They created a real God, unique skill. They live up to their reputation, Jian Wushuang complimented. Bang, 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 bang. The 2 of them on the battlefield were becoming white hot. In terms of power, the 2 of them were obviously evenly matched. Their battle was naturally ferocious. Just then, rumble. A terrifying aura soared up from Lin Shui. Lin Shui is going to use her trump card. After all, as the core disciple of Dark Phoenix Pavilion, she, of course, has a trump card. Ho-E is going to be in trouble. On the battlefields, everyone was in discussion, just as everyone thought Ho-E was going to lose. Wow. Something eye-catching suddenly appeared, and Ho-E took out 2 axes and wielded them crazily. My God. This axe principle. Such a terrifying axe principle. Everyone was shocked at Ho-Yi's axe principle. Even Jian Wushuang was surprised. It's so strong. The axe principle is so strong. Jian Wushuang's hands were tightly clenched. He knew clearly that his sword principle was far behind Ho-Yi's axe principle. Too amazing. Although he had only created real God unique skill, his understand of axe principle was beyond everyone's imagination. After the shocking axe principle, although Lin Shui gave full play to her trump card. She couldn't resist and lost very quickly. You lost. Hou-Yi held a huge axe with both of his hands as he looked at Lin Shui with soaring, murderous intention. Lin Shui clenched her teeth, obviously unhappy with the result. Don't be upset with the result. You made me play the double axes trick, and you did well. You could be considered the top among universe gods in the third heaven in Dark Phoenix Pavilion. Hou-Yi sounded cold. I've made a deal with Lung Jun that we will have a fight 10 years later. Until I defeat him, you will understand that it isn't shameful to lose to me. Hou-Yi didn't lower his voice when he spoke. The people on the battlefield could hear him clearly. Suddenly it stirred a commotion. Lung Jun! Did he say Lung Jun just now? The super genius who is famous in Purple Moon Sanctuary, the expert on Universe God ranking list, Lung Jun. Countless cultivators were astonished. You wanted to challenge the Universe God ranking list. Of course. Hou-Yi tightly gripped his hands as his eyes twinkled with joy. Then, Lin Shui didn't look unhappy anymore. She knew that the person before her had the guts to challenge the Universe God ranking list. He definitely had absolute power to support him. His power naturally could easily defeat her. After the battle, Hou-Yi and Lin Shui left, one after another. The battlefield was still in astonishment. In one of the corners of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang sat side by side with Tianshi. The Universe God ranking list. There was light in Jian Wushuang's eyes as he muttered. He came to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries for 800 years, so he sort of knew bits and pieces about the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. He naturally knew about the Universe God ranking list and Real God ranking list that was spread through the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Chapter 1431, Universe God ranking list. Chapter 1431, Universe God ranking list. Talents listed in the Real God ranking list were all the top genius Real God in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries who could easily slaughter a group of ordinary Real Gods. Like Lei Chao, he was on the list. The Universe God ranking list was similar. It gathered a group of top universe gods in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Without incomparable skills of the third heaven level or overwhelmingly powerful strength, talents could never be listed in the Universe God ranking list. Like Lin Shui, who just fought with Hou-Yi, she was the top genius of Dark Phoenix Pavilion's Universe God in the third heaven and had numerous skills, as well as unique skills for a real god, but she wasn't on the list. On the list, even the weakest one acquires extraordinary, unique skills for real gods, which enables them to defeat a group of peak universe gods in the third heaven. And those who are even better are people who understand the power of Way of Heaven, including you. King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang understood. Anyone who had acquired the power of Way of Heaven was absolutely, incomparably powerful. The majority in the Universe God ranking list were incomparably powerful. The top 20 of the list were the best among the best. As for Lung Jun that Hou-Yi had mentioned, he was only at the bottom. Hou-Yi also knew that he himself was at the bottom, so he didn't dare to challenge those who were better than him. The lineage of Star is full of geniuses, and there are many gifted universe gods in the third heaven, but only 2 are on the list and not among the top. Jian Wushuang felt amazed. Only disciples from the Star Palace like Jian Wushuang could enter the Real God Palace for cultivation, and even if they were allowed to enter, not all talents could understand the power of Way of Heaven. Therefore, only 2 of the 5 disciples of the Star Palace could understand the power of the Way of Heaven, and they were both on the list. Jian Wushuang, now you have understood part of the reincarnation power. As long as you return to the Star Palace and use the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation to improve your swordsmanship, you should not be weaker than those in the list. King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang nodded. Indeed, Not everyone on the list had acquired the power of the Way of Heaven. So when Jian Wushuang returned to the Star Palace and used the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation to improve his swordsmanship and developed powerful unique skills, he could rival the talents on the list. He went back to the Star Pavilion and waited for a night. Tian Shi sent back the first-class blood essence to him the next day. "Thank you very much," Jian Wushuang said. Then he returned directly to the Sword Star. Now he was sitting down in the Sword Star. "Let's get started." After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and 9 drops of blood were suspended in front of him. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang, according to the instruction of the Xian Mia golden body, began to practice the first volume. The process of cultivation was rather complicated, and there were many steps. If there was just one mistake in these steps, all previous efforts would be discarded, and the 9 drops of blood would be wasted. Jian Wushuang was not anxious. Instead, he did it step by step. 3 years had passed. Hum! With a muffled hum, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, but then he frowned. Failed. Fortunately, I've prepared 3 copies of my blood. It's nothing to fail once. There are 2 more chances. With a faint smile, the sword has recovered and reached its peak, and he immediately began to practice for the second time. This second practice took 12 years. This time, although Jian Wushuang encountered some troubles in his practice, he passed through them one by one. The first volume of the Xian Mia golden body has been finished. Jian Wushuang held his hands tightly and looked at his own divine body excitedly. He could clearly sense the strength of his own divine body. After he had passed the second inverse cultivation test, he got more powerful than a peak universe god in the 3rd heaven. And now, after finishing the first volume of the Xian Mia golden body, his divine body had reached the level of a real god. Now, even without any other means of protecting the body, he could resist the attack of an ordinary peak universe god in the 3rd heaven with his own divine body. Don't forget, he still had the blood-killing plate armor. The defensive ability of the blood-killing plate armor, when combined with Jian Wushuang's divine body, could totally rival 1 to 2 real gods. King of venomous worms, you're right. For practitioners, the most important thing is the defending ability. Only with this ability can we resolve crisis after crisis and have the opportunity to constantly improve our strength. Now, I have Xian Mia golden body and secret skill of dragon blood. I think few universe gods can rival me now. Jian Wushuang was full of confidence. His defensive ability was incomparable among universe gods. Even King of venomous worms admitted that. Now I have to find ways to improve my swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang then took out the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. The painting of understanding sword via reincarnation was a perfect combination of incarnation and swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang unrolled the painting. Well, there are 9 patterns in the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. These 9 patterns contain different skills and perceptions of reincarnation. Now, according to my swordsmanship, I can only understand the first 3 patterns. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang began to study the first 3 patterns of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. Chapter 1432, Task Assigned. Chapter 1432, Task Assigned. Hall Master Yuan gave Jian Wushuang 100 years to prepare himself. In the past 100 years, besides the first 10 years that Jian Wushuang used to cultivate Xian Mia golden body, he spent the rest of the time on comprehending the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. On Sword Star, swoosh, a figure suddenly descended. Jian Wushuang. The thick, deep voice was heard in every corner of Sword Star. The maids and servants on Sword Star immediately grew frightened, while Jian Wushuang, who was cultivating in the secret room, was frightened too. Hall Master Yuan, Jian Wushuang immediately appeared before Hall Master Yuan. How did your preparation go over the past 100 years? Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang. Not bad. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. I heard that you bought the painting of Understanding Sword via Reincarnation left behind by real god Zhu He at a great price from the auction in Star Pavilion. It seems that you are planning to comprehend reincarnation doctrine in the future? Hall Master Yuan asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded as he thought to himself. Hall Master Yuan had yet to find out that he was already a beginner in reincarnation doctrine. Reincarnation doctrine falls under the supreme 4 doctrines. Compared to the other 9 heaven God doctrines, they are much more difficult. As you have already opted for that doctrine, you will have to work harder, Hall Master Yuan exhorted. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded again. All right, I shall cut the bullshit. The purpose of my visit is to assign you the ultimate disciple task. I mentioned to you 100 years ago that you should prepare yourself. Hall Master Yuan suddenly grew solemn. The ultimate disciple task is assigned to you by myself personally. It is divided into 3 parts. 3 parts. Jian Wushuang stunned. 3 parts of the task, and every task comes with a different reward. Among the tasks, one of the rewards is 1 million chaos gems, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang's eyes beamed with joy. If it was during Star Pavilion, he wouldn't mind much about chaos gems. He probably wouldn't even be bothered if he had heard of the 1 million chaos gem then. But after the auction in Star Pavilion, he had earned a debt of tens of millions in Star Pavilion. Completing the first part of the task happened to make him able to clear his debt. This is the first part of the task. It's in the token. When you complete the first part of the task, send me a message and I will tell you the second part of the task, Hall Master Yuan said. I understand. Jian Wushuang understood. The ultimate disciple task is no trivial matter. You have to be careful in your journey. Go ahead, Hall Master Yuan waved. Yes. Jian Wushuang immediately departed. After he left Lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang immediately read the details of the first part of the task. Boundless Void? Jian Wushuang looked surprised. Outside 10 cultivation sanctuaries, the Boundless Void was where bandits ran wild and massacres took place in extreme madness. It was the nightmare of many universe gods. Many experts from every region and holy kingdom of eternal chaotic world died in the Boundless Void before they managed to even step foot in 10 cultivation sanctuaries. When Jian Wushuang had come to 10 cultivation sanctuaries previously, he took the risk in the Boundless Void too. Now, Jian Wushuang's first part of the task took place in the Boundless Void. The context of the task was for him to kill 11 bandits on the run in the Boundless Void. The 11 bandits were from Starland. They had committed great offenses in Starland, and they couldn't return. Hence, they had decided to run amok in the Boundless Void. The bandits were all peak universe God in the 3rd heaven, which was extremely powerful. After Jian Wushuang knew the context of the task, he immediately left Purple Moon sanctuaries through the wormhole on the island and came to the Boundless Void. 2 years later, that's Ancient Moon Island, where Universe Zhu Xan stays. A person in a black robe stood politely next to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded while his gaze looked towards the end. There was a floating island. The surface area of the island wasn't huge, but there was a fierce aura that the island carried. Jian Wushuang needed to kill his first target, universe god Zhu Xan. He was on the island then. Luckily, Lineage of Star found the location of the 11 people long ago. Otherwise, if I were to have to search through the Boundless Void to find the 11 people, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack, Jian Wushuang joked. Wait here! Jian Wushuang glared at the person in a black robe next to him. Mister, it is more than just universe god Zhu Xan alone who is a bandit on Ancient Moon Island. There are a total of hundreds of universe gods. Among them, there are 5 peak universe gods in the third heaven. If you were to barge in like this, it would... The person in a black robe creased his eyebrows, but didn't finish his sentence. You want to say that I have overrated my abilities? Jian Wushuang smiled. The person in a black robe stiffened and revealed a humble expression. Just you watch. Jian Wushuang smiled and plunged towards Ancient Moon Island. When he got closer to Ancient Moon Island, his soul power spread and covered the entire island. He could see everything on Ancient Moon Island clearly. There's a total of 366 universe god on the island. Among them, there are 5 peak universe god in the third heaven, 31 universe gods at the rank of advanced and beginner. The remaining ones are universe gods in the first and second heaven. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Actually, the information was given in the description of the task that Hall Master Yuan gave. He was only confirming it. According to the information that Hall Master Yuan had provided him with, the 5 peak universe gods in the third heaven were merely ordinary peak universe gods in the third heaven. None of them possessed extraordinary fighting powers. I can wipe off such bandit force alone. There's no need for beating around the bush. Jian Wushuang smirked. Then he appeared in the void above Ancient Moon Island. The moment he appeared, he formed a force using an enormous amount of divine aura to suppress the entire island. There was a sudden commotion on Ancient Moon Island. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There were many figures that plunged out of the buildings on the island and appeared in the void above. There were a few hundred of them, and they were led by 5 people. How dare you behave atrociously on my Ancient Moon Island? A loud, raging voice reverberated through the void. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a beard and tanned skin. The middle-aged man had a soaring, fierce aura and carried a huge axe on his back. The person was the strongest among the first peak universe god in the third heaven on Ancient Moon Island. At that moment, the bearded middle-aged man and the universe gods around him fixed their gazes on Jian Wushuang. These people's gazes were filled with murderous intention. Chapter 1433, Ancient Moon Island. Chapter 1433, Ancient Moon Island. Almost all the bandits were made up of universe gods, and few were real gods. After all, real gods enjoyed a high status, so they don't need to be bandits. Under this circumstance, Ancient Moon Island, which was home to 5 universe gods in the third heaven, was already a power in the universe. That was why they could occupy a whole floating island. But now, Jian Wushuang had intruded into the island, so the bandits were naturally very angry. Who are you? The middle-aged man with a beard stared at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not answer, but took out a token, and his deep voice sounded all over the Ancient Moon Island. Universe Zhu Xian, 60,000 years ago, you were a guard in the Green Sea City. 300 years after that, you accompanied the Duke of the Green Sea City to explore. But because you coveted the treasure of the Duke, you joined the bandits, killed the rest 31 universe gods, and fled here. Today, on behalf of the lineage of Star and the Green Sea City, I will give you the death penalty and carry it out immediately. As Jian Wushuang was speaking, he stared at a man in black in the crowd. He was Universe Zhu Xian, who Jian Wushuang had come for. Sir, did you hear that? This guy comes for you and announces your death sentence. Should he execute it immediately? A middle-aged man in the crowd laughed, ironically. Universe Zhu Xian laughed too. He doesn't know what he is talking about. An ignorant, proud guy who brings himself trouble. The bandits beside them all laughed. They might fear a real god, but Jian Wushuang was obviously only a universe god in the third heaven. So what did they have to fear? Boy, don't you understand? It's the Ancient Moon Island here, a paradise for us bandits. It doesn't work here whether you represent the Green Sea Island or the lineage of Star. And you, only a universe god in the third heaven, dare to come here alone and sentence me to death? It's a joke. You'd better think about whether you can survive here on the island or not." The middle-aged man laughed wildly. "I only come for universe, Zhu Exan. You can continue to be bandits and do whatever you want. But if you don't, all the bandits here will die," Jian Wushuang said to the middle-aged man aggressively. Jian Wushuang didn't like the bandits wandering in the endless void. After all, he had almost died in the hands of these bandits several times when he first went to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Now, if these bandits dared to stand in the way, he would not hesitate to kill them. "Well, we all have to die. It's a joke. Do you think you're a real god or the strongest talent in your world? Even a strong man on the universe god ranking list dares not say so in front of us on my ancient moon island." The middle-aged man with a beard snorted. "Don't talk nonsense to this kid. Go ahead and kill him." Next to the middle-aged man, a universe god in the third heaven got impatient and started to attack Jian Wushuang. With his action, a large number of bandits directly rushed to Jian Wushuang in an instant. In a moment, Jian Wushuang's soul power burst out. Bang! With a piercing, hoarse sound, Jian Wushuang generated a scarlet, blood-colored phoenix, which comprised of his soul power and appeared in the heaven. This red phoenix was enormous. Once it formed, it spread its wings and plunged out with great power. When approaching the bandits, the power germs of the phoenix feathers turned into dozens of flashes of scarlet light. The flashes of light were so fast and went directly into the body of the bandits, who could not resist them at all. Without any sign, these bandits, who had just been rushing crazily to Jian Wushuang, were blocked by a mysterious power. The next moment, a large number of bandits all fell directly to the ground, like raindrops without any sound. Under the attack of Jian Wushuang, only 9 bandits out of a 366-member group survived. These 9 people were all universe gods in the third heaven with great consciousness skills, 3 of which were even peak universe gods in the third heaven. At that moment, the 9 survivors were shocked. Consciousness attack. A powerful consciousness attack. They didn't look down at Jian Wushuang anymore. And Jian Wushuang remained calm. More than 300 bandits were all killed by a man out of the universe god ranking list. For Jian Wushuang, who was good at consciousness attacks, it was easy. In the eternal chaotic world, consciousness was known to be able to kill countless enemies. Because consciousness attacks could cover a large area at one time and there was no way to block it. Talents extremely good at consciousness attack could kill all living creatures in a whole territory. And Jian Wushuang, after his god test, had greatly enhanced his power. With his great power, now he could easily deal with a group of universe gods in the second or third heaven with the Crimson Phoenix in the 5-beast soul manipulation act. Now there were still 9 enemies. At that moment, Jian Wushuang took out his blood mountain sword, preparing for the next attack. Chapter 1434 Massacre. Chapter 1434 Massacre. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang's body and mind hovered like a ghost. What? Sword. The bearded middle-aged man, universe god Zhu Exan, and the others were shocked. When they saw Jian Wushuang's techniques, they determined that Jian Wushuang was an expert with a terrifying consciousness attack. But then, Jian Wushuang plunged forward with his sword. "Be careful!" The bearded middle-aged man suddenly roared. Jian Wushuang's ghostly figure had already appeared before the peak universe god in the third heaven who stood closest to him. Then, Blood Mountain Sword was wielded silently. So fast! The peak universe god in the third heaven was shocked. He quickly blocked with a long spear. Hua! The sword light fell down in silence. The swing wasn't of a high level, but Jian Wushuang performed it perfectly with his divine power. Most importantly, the swing contained a slight bit of power of reincarnation. Even though it was just a bit, it was the supreme power of Heavenway after all. That instant, the power of the sword increased by countless orders of magnitude. Dang! A low clashing noise was heard, and the long spear flew off, while the sword light continued to slash the body of the peak universe god in the third heaven without diminishing force. The peak universe god in the third heaven couldn't resist any further and was killed directly. Third! Bastard! The bearded middle-aged man and the others were caught by surprise. You killed our third. You have to die too! The bearded middle-aged man bellowed. Just as Jian Wushuang was wielding his sword like the third, the bearded middle-aged man, universe god Zhu Exan, and the others launched their attack at Jian Wushuang. A few fierce strokes of force were charging at Jian Wushuang from all directions. At such a close distance, Jian Wushuang wouldn't be able to resist. Clank, 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 clank. There were noises of metal collision. The forces that the bearded middle-aged man and the few others made hit Jian Wushuang's body directly. For instance, the bearded middle-aged man's axe hit Jian Wushuang's head, but Jian Wushuang was covered by a layer of crimson armor. The attacks were weakened by the crimson armor before it transmitted through Jian Wushuang's divine body. It didn't manage to affect Jian Wushuang at all. Jian Wushuang continued to wield his sword. Xiaoyu. The cold sword technique was a unique skill that Jian Wushuang had created through the years. He comprehended the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. It was a peak rank 3 unique skill. The sword light approached at an unbelievably fast speed. How is this possible? The bearded middle-aged man stared while the cold sword light continued to magnify in his eyes. Pissed. The sword light pierced through the bearded middle-aged man's skull and instantly killed him. That scene frightened the few other bandits. Run. Hurry up and run for your lives. Without hesitation, the few bandits started running. With a short exchange of blows, Jian Wushuang's power had made them terrified. They knew clearly that Jian Wushuang could easily kill them all. So, they could only run for their lives. Looking at the bandits running away, Jian Wushuang's gaze turned cold and aimed at universe god Zhu Exan immediately. He then chased after him. Run, run. Universe god Zhu, she had terror plastered across his face. As he ran, he muttered continuously, Too strong, too scary. An extremely strong consciousness attack. Just a few techniques, and he almost wiped out all universe gods below the level of peak universe god in the third heaven. His swordsmanship is even scarier, just a casual swing, but both the eldest and the third couldn't resist it. The scariest part is his defense power. We are 4 peak universe gods in the third heaven and an advanced universe god in the third heaven. Our full blows didn't affect him at all. Even if he's a real god, his defense power shouldn't be so strong, right? Universe God ranking list. Yes, he definitely has the fighting power of an expert on the Universe God ranking list. But why isn't he there on the Universe God ranking list? The bandits, living in the boundless void, had a certain level of understanding towards experts on the Universe God ranking list. They were certain that Jian Wushuang wasn't on the list, but the power he used wasn't any weaker than the experts on the Universe God ranking list. He's another hidden, infamous monster. Universe God Zhu Exan clenched his fists. Just then, Are you still thinking of running away? He heard a cold voice. He then saw a huge, blazing quicksand flowing towards him from the nearby void. Suddenly, Universe God Zhu Exan was covered by it. Along with a tremendous increase in Jian Wushuang's power, the blaze quicksand region naturally expanded too. Universe God Zhu Exan, a peak universe god in the third heaven, drowned in the eruption of blazing quicksand, and his speed was weakened by half. But Jian Wushuang appeared behind Universe God Zhu Xian in an instant. No. Universe God Zhu Xian let out a shrill scream. Jian Wushuang slashed, and it was like how he had killed Xiaoyu. The slash had carried a slight of power of reincarnation, but it oppressed Universe God Zhu Xian entirely. With one slash, Universe God Zhu Xian became a cold, dead body. The first target eliminated, Jian Wushuang overlooked Universe God Zhu Xian's body, but his gaze was cold and without pity. As for the few bandits that had run away, Jian Wushuang didn't go after them. Come here. Jian Wushuang sent a message to the man in black who was waiting outside Ancient Moon Island. The man in black quickly arrived at Ancient Moon Island. The moment he arrived at Ancient Moon Island, he looked at the dead bodies all over, and his face grew grave. He thought Jian Wushuang barging into Ancient Moon Island openly was an act of overrating his ability, but then he lives up to his name as a disciple of Star Palace from lineage of Star. His power is impressive. I wonder how far away is he from the Universe God ranking list? The man in black thought to himself, this is the dead body of Universe God Zhu Xian, am I right? Jian Wushuang threw Universe God Zhu Xian's body before the man in black. The man in black looked for a while and nodded, yes. All right, let's go to the second target then, Jian Wushuang spoke. Yes, the man in black nodded. Jian Wushuang and the man in black departed again after a simple clean-up. The rest of the time, Jian Wushuang found one target after another under the lead of the man in black. Then, Jian Wushuang had used the thunder trick to kill them. With Jian Wushuang's power, as long as he didn't come across any real gods, he could run wild in the boundless void. He had read through the 11 targets in his tasks long ago. They weren't hard to deal with. Jian Wushuang wiped out everyone and carried out massacres. In 30 years, he finished his first part of the task, which was to kill all 11 targets. Plus, in the 30 years, most of the time was spent simply traveling in the boundless void, while hardly any time was used for the actual executions. Chapter 1435, the second part of the task. Chapter 1435, the second part of the task. In 30 years, he completed the first part of the task. When Hall Master Yuan received the news, he was shocked. Although the first part of the task was the simplest among the three, Hall Master Yuan thought Jian Wushuang could use some time and effort to complete it. After all, although the 11 targets were easy, most of them were among bandit groups. To kill them among the bandit groups wasn't that easy. Under normal circumstances, Jian Wushuang could first pretend to be a bandit and blend in with the bandit group. Then he could seize a chance to kill the target. But in the end, it obviously wasn't carried out like that. This young man swept all the bandit groups with ferocious power one after another. It seems that after he passed through his inverse cultivation test, his power increased to be much greater than I'd imagined. Hall Master Yuan complimented, and he then sent Jian Wushuang a message. Jian Wushuang, you've completed your first part of the task. The 1 billion Chaos Gems. I'll give them to you after you return to Lineage of Star. Now, I'll assign you your second part of the task. Listen carefully. Jian Wushuang listened attentively. At the border of the boundless void, there was a huge piece of floating land called Floating City. In Floating City, there was a universe god named Su Hong waiting for your arrival. Your task is to escort the universe god across the boundless void into Purple Moon Sanctuary, Hall Master said. Escorting? Jian Wushuang first stunned, then he creased his eyebrows. Only escorting across the boundless void? It's so simple. Simple? No, the second part of the task is far more difficult than the first. Plus, there is a very high reward for it. The reward for completion of your second part of the task is to stay in Real God Hall for 1 month, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang beamed with joy. Real God Hall. It was the most precious land of opportunities in Lineage of Star. The reason that he could master a slight bit of power of reincarnation was due to Real God Hall. It was a pity that the terms to enter Real God Hall were too exacting. Even disciples of Star Palace would only have one chance to enter for free and could only stay for 1 month per visit. Then, the reward for the second part of the task was to enter Real God Hall again. The reward was much more precious than 1 billion chaos gems. With such an abundant reward, the difficulty of the task would definitely be far beyond the first part of the task. I'm only telling you the requirement of the task. As for the exact cause and reason, meet up with the owner of Floating City and Universe God Su Hong when you arrive at Floating City, and they will clarify everything with you, Hall Master Yuan said. I understand, Jian Wushuang nodded. He cut off his communication with Hall Master Yuan. Then, Jian Wushuang took out the map. Floating City, it's there. It's not that far from me. With my speed, I should be able to get there in 20 years. Jian Wushuang waved, and a huge spaceship appeared from nowhere. Jian Wushuang got the spaceship from a peak universe god in the third heaven when he was completing the first part of his task. It was of a much higher level spaceship compared to his own. The travel speed was much faster too. Jian Wushuang drove the spaceship towards Floating City directly, and he arrived at Floating City before the 20 years was up. Floating City was at the border of the boundless void. To be able to take up such a huge plot of floating land there showed that the owner of Floating City was a man with remarkable power. When Jian Wushuang arrived at the city owner's palace and met the owner of Floating City, Jian Wushuang understood. The owner of Floating City was a real god expert, and he was extremely strong among real gods. Although he couldn't be compared with Lei Chao, who was an expert on the real god ranking list, he wasn't any weaker than the Deacon Elderlies in the Lineage of Star. In a lofty hall, disciple of Star Palace, a good-looking middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes, also the owner of Floating City, looked Jian Wushuang up and down. Well done. He hired a disciple of Star Palace from Lineage of Star. The ancestor of Su family is quite capable. Ancestor of Su family? Jian Wushuang looked confused. He came before he accepted the disciple task of Lineage of Star. As for the ancestor of Su family, he had no idea about it. I called Su Hong over, the owner of Floating City, smiled faintly. Soon, a black-haired man in singlet walked into the hall. City owner, the black-haired man bowed politely at the owner of Floating City. Su Hong, the person who will escort you to Purple Moon Sanctuary, is here. It's this person next to you, the owner of Floating City said. The black-haired man named Su Hong immediately turned to look at Jian Wushuang. Su Hong, greetings. I wonder, what's your name, mister? Su Hong asked humbly. I'm Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang. Su Hong tried to think quickly in his head, but he had never heard of Jian Wushuang's name. He then creased his eyebrows. Su Hong, you should be glad. Your ancestor at home thinks quite highly of you. He even paid an outstanding price to hire a disciple of Star Palace to escort you. The owner of Floating City smiled. Disciple of Star Palace? Su Hong had his eyes wide open, and he immediately revealed a happy expression. He was originally from Purple Moon Sanctuary, and he knew the overlord of Purple Moon Sanctuary, Lineage of Star. At the same time, he also knew just how impressive the disciple of Star Palace from Lineage of Star was. A universe god in the third heaven who was a disciple of Star Palace was definitely one of the top among universe gods in the third heaven. City owner universe god Su Hong. Although I received the escort mission, I have no idea what I might come across during the process of escorting. I don't think the issue is bandits that are wandering in the boundless void, right? Jian Wushuang asked. If it was just to deal with the bandits, there would be no need for you, a disciple of Star Palace, to come. The owner of Floating City smiled as he replied. He looked toward Su Hong and said, Su Hong, you should tell him. Yes, Su Hong nodded and started explaining. Mr. Jian Wushuang, to be frank with you, I am a descendant of the direct line of Su family in the land of fire and ice in Purple Moon Sanctuary. We, Su family, have been businessmen through generations. We have many properties in the land of fire and ice and can be considered a force with decent power. However, among Su family, there is another hidden sect. The sect shares a different surname and is under the control of a person with different surname. They have been rather rampant recently, and they have been trying to overwhelm the voice of the host. Especially when there was an accident not long ago. The head of the Su family passed away, and there was no one among the direct line of descendants who was qualified to inherit the position. Hence, the ancestor of Su family selected me, who has been wandering outside to return to Purple Moon Sanctuary to inherit the position as the head of the Su family. So, the sect with the different surname naturally wouldn't let me return to the Su family after they found out about the news. Chapter 1436 Hong Ri Mercenary Group. Chapter 1436 Hong Ri Mercenary Group. In other words, not only would we encounter bandits in the boundless void, but we would also possibly meet the experts sent by the other sect that doesn't share the same surname, that intend to kill you. Jian Wushuang looked at Su Hong. Yes, Su Hong nodded. However, the sect under a different surname, also known as Chu sect, their core force is under the watch by us, the Su family. They can't send anyone over. The most that they can do is to hire some universe gods to kill me at a high price. I understand, Jian Wushuang nodded. When do we depart? Any time, Su Hong said. If so, let's not delay any further. Let's go now, Jian Wushuang said. All right. Su Hong nodded and turned to look at the city owner of Floating City. Sorry for the trouble. Thank you. I'm friends with your old man in Su family. It's nothing. Don't mention it, the city owner of Floating City waved. Su Hong expressed his gratitude once again before leaving the hall with Jian Wushuang. The palace where the city owner of Floating City resided had a troop formed by 12 people waiting there. When they saw Su Hong walk over, a brown-haired man who was supposedly the leader greeted, Su Hong, we have been here for 12 years. When do we depart? Now. Immediately, Su Hong replied. Oh. The brown-haired man raised his eyebrows. Then he noticed Jian Wushuang. He couldn't help but ask, who is he? He is a helping hand I called for. He will be escorting me to Purple Moon Sanctuary along with all of you. Su Hong smiled and replied, You found help. The brown-haired man's face changed. Su Hong, you don't trust us, the Hong Ri Mercenary Group. No. Su Hong shook his head as he denied. An extra person will give an extra guarantee. Don't worry. The commission won't be a penny less than what I promised. Then it's fine. The brown-haired man nodded and stole a glance at Jian Wushuang. Then he called his soldiers to get ready to depart. Jian Wushuang, excuse me. Su Hong looked at Jian Wushuang in embarrassment. These people are the mercenary soldiers that you hired. Jian Wushuang looked cold. Yes, Su Hong nodded and said, After I received my old man's message, I rushed over from Purple Moon Sanctuary. I have to thank Hong Ri Mercenary Group for the journey. The person earlier was the leader of Hong Ri Mercenary Group, Yu Gang. We have to pass through the boundless void soon. There are countless bandits in the boundless void. With Hong Ri Mercenary Group, at least the ordinary bandit groups won't dare to make trouble with us. Jian Wushuang understood. He knew about mercenary groups. The mercenary soldiers made their way through the dangerous place. They especially opted to do escorts or other dangerous missions in order to make a profit. Hong Ri Mercenary Group was complete and not too shabby in power. As they were wandering into the boundless void, having a powerful mercenary group around them would definitely save a lot of trouble. Very soon, everything was ready. Let's go, Su Hong said, and the huge spaceship drove out from the floating city and towards the boundless void immediately. After the spaceship drove out, two figures gathered at the corner of Floating City. Hee, the mercenary group has finally departed. They stopped at Floating City for 10 years. I thought they'd never leave. It seems like they have to go through the boundless void anyway. They laughed as they chatted. Quick, inform the boss about this. Let our people keep an eye on this troop. This troop hired a complete mercenary group to escort. The owner of the troop should be quite significant. If we succeed, we will definitely gain bountiful harvest. This is a great deal. If boss were to find out, he would definitely be thrilled. In the boundless void, the huge spaceship was plunging forward. Even though there were some bandits sweeping out their consciousness occasionally during the journey, the moment the bandits looked clearly at the group formation, they ran away immediately. After all, this troop had a complete mercenary group. There were dozens of universe gods in the mercenary group. Among them, there were 12 who were universe god in the third heaven. There were even 4 peak universe gods in the third heaven. With such a mercenary group, no ordinary bandit would dare to provoke them. It was a rather quiet journey. On the deck of the spaceship, the universe gods and Hong Ri mercenary group gathered in small groups. Yu Gang was among them too. Leader, wasn't Mr. Su Hong alone all this while? Why is there another person with him out of a sudden? A universe god in the third heaven asked. He is someone Su Hong has specially requested help from. He said that he is going to escort him to Purple Moon Sanctuary with us, Yu Gang said calmly. Help. The surrounding universe gods in Hong Ri mercenary group creased their eyebrows. He already hired Hong Ri mercenary group, isn't that enough? He requested more help? Su Hong doesn't trust us? Don't forget that it had always been us Hong Ri mercenary group who escorted him here, one of the universe gods commented unhappily. Who knows? Anyway, he promised that the price that we agreed upon wouldn't be any less. That's enough. As for who else he asked help from, it has nothing to do with us. Yu Gang couldn't be bothered. True, the universe gods understood. Oh, yeah, leader. What's the name of the person Su Hong hired? Someone asked again. I think it's Jian Ku, Yu Gang replied. Jian Ku. Humph, I can tell it's an alias. He doesn't even use his real name. I don't think he should be that powerful. He must be much weaker than our leader. That's for sure. Our leader is at least a genius from a holy kingdom. He's not a person that some random person like that could be compared to favorably. I wonder what Su Hong was thinking. If he were to hire someone on the universe god ranking list, it would be fine, but he hired someone that we have never heard of. I heard he paid a huge price. TSK. He might as well give it to us so we can go all out with our work. The people from Hong Ri mercenary group sneered and chatted. In the cabin, Jian Wushuang was sitting opposite Su Hong. There was wine on the table before them. Jian Wushuang, you heard the conversation outside, right? Su Hong looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded. Actually, the moment you announce your identity as a disciple of Star Palace, none of these people will dare to make such comments. Su Hong smiled and said. It's not necessary. Jian Wushuang was cold. They can speak as they wish and think as they wish. It has nothing to do with me. My task is to escort you to Purple Moon Sanctuary. That's all I want. Plus, it is better to not announce my identity in order to ensure your safety. Chapter 1437, Heilong Shan. Chapter 1437, Heilong Shan. For my safety? What do you mean? Su Hong looked doubtful. You have stayed in the floating city for a total of 10 years' time with Hong Ri Mercenary Group, and if I'm not mistaken, Hong Ri Mercenary Group should have recruited some new members in the past 10 years. Am I right? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, Su Hong nodded. Hong Ri Mercenary Group escorted me to Floating City, and they encountered danger too and lost some men. Hence, during the 10 years we stopped at Floating City, they recruited more men. Not many. About 10 of them. Exactly. Jian Wushuang said coldly. The boundless void was huge. Finding the existence of our troop in the boundless void is like looking for a needle in a haystack. If I were to be an expert from the Chu sect in Su family, I'd definitely keep an eye on yours since you arrived at Floating City. I would also assign experts to blend into your troop. Then, even when you're in the boundless void, the expert that Chu sect sent would be able to find you easily and kill you. What? Su Hong was shocked. You mean there's a possibility that the expert that Chu sect sent is among the people in Hong Ri mercenary group? Not possibly. Definitely. Jian Wushuang stole a glance at Su Hong. That's also why my identity and power naturally should be kept secret. Then, when the expert that Chu sect sent appears, I can at least take the initiative. Hearing what Jian Wushuang had said, Su Hong's face grew grave. Jian Wushuang, according to what you said, the expert that Chu sect sent could interrupt and kill us at any time. Aren't we in danger? Exactly, but you shouldn't be worried. My task is to escort you to Purple Moon Sanctuary safely. Before you arrive in Purple Moon Sanctuary, I won't let anyone hurt you, Jian Wushuang said. Su Hong looked at Jian Wushuang and recalled his identity. He then nodded heavily. There was a disciple of Star Palace escorting him personally. He felt at ease. The spaceship continued to plunge forward in the boundless void. That very moment, a far distance from the spaceship, there were countless figures standing in the vast void. These people were universe gods. The one leading was a bald man carrying a saber on his back. Although the bald man was just a peak universe god in the third heaven, his aura was much fiercer than anyone of the same level. Mu Tao, this should be the first time you're out for a hunt after you joined He Longshan, right? The bald man looked at the purple-haired young man who was pale. Yes, the purple-haired young man nodded faintly. We He Longshan is different from the ancient moon island that you were at. If we were to take action later, you'd better watch closely and learn. Then you might have a chance to take the position to be head. The bald man smiled widely. Yes, the purple-haired young man nodded again. The purple-haired young man was peak universe god in the third heaven who just joined He Longshan. Before that, the purple-haired young man was one of the heads in Ancient Moon Island. Unfortunately, Ancient Moon Island was destroyed not long ago. Oh, yeah, I'm curious, the bald man spoke again. Although Ancient Moon Island couldn't be compared with He Longshan, you're one of the strong forces among bandit groups in the boundless void. Who was the one who destroyed all of you? Could it really be a real god expert that took action? Not a real god, merely a peak universe god in the third heaven. However, the peak universe god in the third heaven is definitely one of the scariest universe gods that I've ever seen. Mu Tao said as his face filled with unconcealed terror. Oh. The bald man raised his eyebrows but didn't ask further. Just then, Boss, the prey is here. A message was sent, and the bald man beamed with joy when he received the message. Haha, everyone follow me. As the bald man laughed maliciously, the crowded figures plunged forward to the void before them. On the huge spaceship, universe gods of Hong Ri mercenary group were still chatting when Jian Wushuang, who was sitting in the cabin with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. What happened? Su Hong looked at Jian Wushuang. Someone is coming. Many people. Jian Wushuang said calmly. His soul power could sense a large amount of aura approaching. Many? Su Hong's face grew grave. Would they be the experts that Chu sect sent? They reached us so quickly? Not sure if they are experts that were sent, or bandits that are in the boundless void. In short, they have no good intentions, Jian Wushuang said. Su Hong's face grew solemn, and he immediately got out from the cabin. Group leader Yu Gang. Su Hong came before Yu Gang and said, Quick, be prepared. There's an incoming enemy. Incoming enemy? Where? Why don't I see them? Yu Gang immediately looked out at the void. He spread his consciousness, but he couldn't sense any figures. Universe Gods and Hong Ri mercenary group looked confused too. Su Hong creased his eyebrows. He didn't see anyone outside too. Su Hong, are you getting too nervous? Yu Gang joked. No. Jen cassette it, Su Hong explained. Him. Yu Gang sneered. We at the decks didn't even see any shadows of the incoming enemy. How could he know from the cabin? Don't listen to his nonsense. But Su Hong wanted to say something. Virum. Suddenly, there was a crowd of darkness approaching from the void far away. They were churning forward like a dark cloud. Then, everyone on the spaceship noticed. There's really someone. Many, so many of them, and they're all universe gods. This is. Then, the members of Hong Ri mercenary group looked terrified. There were too many of them. There was at least 2,000 of them when they looked over the crowd. The aura of the 2,000 people was strong. None of them was lower than a universe god. Among the dark clouds, there were hundreds of universe gods in the third heaven with stronger auras. There were even 18 peak universe gods in the third heaven. It was a terrifying formation. The dark cloud was obviously coming at them. Very soon, they stopped before the spaceship. There was a formation with a total of 2,000 universe gods blocking before the spaceship, which blocked their way. There were a few thousand gazes looking at the spaceship. The members of Hong Ri mercenary group saw the scene outside the spaceship and they gulped. There was a tinge of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even the group leader of Hong Ri mercenary group, Yu Gang, looked rather distressed. Chapter 1438, Hunt. Chapter 1438, Hunt. Leader, what should we do? The people in Hong Ri mercenary group were terrified. What's there to panic about? Stay calm. Yu Gang bellowed as he took a step forward. His bright, loud voice traveled well. I am from Hong Ri mercenary group, Yu Gang. I wonder who you are and whether you could show us some consideration and let us pass? The voice transmitted through the spaceship to the outer void, then to the crowd. Hong Ri mercenary group? The leader of the crowd was a bald man. He scoffed. You're only some random mercenary group. How are you qualified to ask me, He Long Shan, to show consideration? He Long Shan. He's really He Long Shan. On the spaceship there was a commotion. Hong Ri mercenary group often traveled back and forth in the boundless void. They were familiar with bandit forces that were extremely strong. In the boundless void, there were 4 strongest bandit forces. He Long Shan was one of them. It was said that He Long Shan had more than 10,000 universe gods. Among them were hundreds of universe gods in the third heaven. Over the years, they had been moving about in the boundless void, and they definitely deserved their titles as overlords in the boundless void. Hong Ri mercenary group had heard of the name He Long Shan long ago, but they had never crossed paths before. It was their first time. After finding out their enemy's identity, Yu Gang knew that it would definitely be impossible for their troops to slip past He Long Shan in peace. We, Hong Ri mercenary group, are willing to pay 5 million chaos gems as toll fee. I hope that you will all let us through, Yu Gang offered. 5 million chaos gems wasn't a small figure. After all, an ordinary universe god's entire wealth would only be about 40 to 50 million chaos gems. 5 million chaos gems? You're trying to dismiss us? Listen up. If you, Hong Ri mercenary group, really want to buy your way out, at least show some sincerity. 50 million chaos gems, no less. Otherwise, you will become souls of the deceased by He Long Shan's hands. The bald man shouted. 50 million? Yu Gang and the universe gods in Hong Ri mercenary group grew grave. A real god would only have 40 million. Now he's asking for 50 million chaos gems as a toll fee? He's demanding an exorbitant price. Yu Gang sounded cold as he looked around. Turn around. With the speed of our ship, Hei Longshan might not be able to catch up with us. Virum. The huge spaceship immediately turned in another direction. He didn't bother with the experts from Hei Longshan before him, but opted to plunge forward through the void by the side. Looking at the sight, the bald man smirked but didn't chase. After the spaceship had traveled forward in a different direction for a while, he realized that at the end of their trajectory was an enormous amount of experts surging forward too. Not only that, in the other two directions, there were also huge numbers of figures. From all directions, there were shadows. In addition to the 2,000 people that they saw, there was at least 10,000s of Universe God. What? Yu Gang's face grew grave. Everyone in Hong Ri mercenary group was terrified too. Hei Longshan, this is Hei Longshan. Yu Gang quivered in fear. The leader of Hei Longshan, the bald man, appeared once again before the spaceship. His malicious laugh was heard ringing out. Haha, you're trying to run away? We Hei Longshan had been eyeing your troop when you were in Floating City. Why would we give you a chance to flee? What should we do? Leader, what do we do? The Universe Gods and Hong Ri mercenary group looked terrified. Yu Gang looked cold as he spoke with a deep voice. I paid a great price to get this spaceship. The structure of the spaceship is extremely solid. Although there are many Universe Gods in Hei Longshan, it isn't that easy to break through the spaceship. We can rely on the structure and force our way out. Run. Yu Gang made a decision, and there was a ray of light that exploded. The very next moment, the faint purple film at the border of the spaceship shined out brilliant rays of purple light. Then, the spaceship suddenly traveled at a terrifyingly fast speed and plunged towards the crowd ferociously. They're asking for death. The leader of Hei Longshan, the bald man, saw the scene, and he burnt with rage. He waved and commanded, God Slayer guards, prepare yourselves. Behind the bald man were a dozen figures standing in line and holding on to a pitch-black bow that gave out an extermination aura. The bows were controlled by Universe Gods in the third heaven, along with the stretch of the bowstring. The extermination aura shook the universe. This is... The people in Hong Ri mercenary group noticed the existence of the extermination aura. It's Godslayer Bao, Godslayer Bao. Damn it. Hei Longshan is just a bandit force. How could they have so many Godslayer bows? Yu Gang's face grew grave. The Godslayer Bao was famous in 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Some extremely strong forces would build a soldier troop equipped with Godslayer Bao. The fighting power of the troop would also be very terrifying. But then, Hei Longshan was just a bandit force. How could he form a troop with a dozen God Slayer guards? Humph! Hei Longshan has been called an overlord in the void for so many years. We are not just a name. The bald man smiled savagely. Swoosh! 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 Along with the arrows that the God Slayer guard shot, dozens of extermination lights shot towards the spaceship. The dozens of lights hit the heavy-duty structure of the spaceship simultaneously. The spaceship was really solid, so although it shook, it withstood the attack. They resisted the attack? Humph, do it once more. The bald man's voice was cold. The dozens of God Slayer guards pulled their bows once again, and there were dozens of exterminating auras that gathered again. We're doomed. On the spaceship, the Universe Gods and Hong Ri mercenary group, including Yu Gang, went as pale as a sheet. In the cabin, Su Hong, who stood in front of Jian Wushuang, became nervous too. Jian Wushuang still looked rather cold. His soul power was spreading over the area, and he could see the situation outside clearly. At first, I wanted to wait until the expert from Chu sect revealed himself before I take action. But it seems like I will have to take action ahead of schedule. Jian Wushuang squinted. The next moment, he appeared on the deck of the spaceship. That very moment, the God-Slayer guards shot their arrows for the second time and were already flying towards the spaceship. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate anymore when he saw the scene. He held his Blood Mountain sword and took a huge stride to appear outside of the spaceship. He stood right before the exterminating arrows. Chapter 1439, The 10 Kings. Chapter 1439, The 10 Kings. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There was a total of 10 destroying lights spurting over. Jian Wushuang looked calm. He wielded his Blood Mountain sword, and there was a sudden eruption of terrifying divine power. Rumble. The boundless divine power with a slight bit of power of reincarnation that Jian Wushuang had comprehended instantly substantiated and formed a huge, lofty mountain before Jian Wushuang. The mountain was a few hundred zhang long. It blocked Jian Wushuang himself and the spaceship behind him entirely. Those destroying lights spurted over and hit on the lofty mountain. In an instant, the mountain shattered and crumbled, but the power of the destroying lights dispersed as well. What? The head of He Longshan's face grew grave. On the spaceship, the Universe Gods and Hong Ri mercenary group were delighted as they escaped from the disaster. At the same time, they looked at Jian Wushuang, who was outside the spaceship. It's Jian Ku. It's the helper that Mr. Su Hong hired. He blocked the God-Slayer guards' arrows for us. The Universe Gods and Hong Ri mercenary group were shocked. There was a flash of murderous intention in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and his ghostly figure plunged. The scene shocked all the Universe Gods from He Longshan. He Longshan was made of tens of thousands of Universe Gods. The Universe God in the third heaven before their eyes had charged towards them alone. I wonder where this idiot came from. Kill him! The bald man roared. Among the crowd from He Longshan, there was a large cloud of figures that charged towards Jian Wushuang. Humph! Jian Wushuang humphed, and his soul power swept out and instantly became a huge crimson phoenix. The crimson phoenix wailed, and its feathers turned into flowing light as it plundered. Without any hindrance, they immersed into the bodies of the experts from He Longshan. In silence, a few hundred figures fell directly. The scene shocked all Universe Gods from He Longshan, as well as from Hong Ri mercenary group. In He Longshan camp, the purple-haired young man Mu Tao, who stood next to the bald man, stared. The scene before his eyes was too familiar. Back then, he had seen the exact scene on Ancient Moon Island. Exactly the same. Not only was the outcome the same, the movement and pattern was the same too. Mu Tao's eyes were locked dead on the ghostly figure in the void before. He saw clearly. He finally saw the face of the ghostly figure clearly. In that instant, Mu Tao was frightened out of his wits. It's him. It's really him. Mu Tao stared with his wide-open eyes, and his face was filled with terror and fear. He would never forget the scene on Ancient Moon Island. He would also never forget the person who swept out of Ancient Moon Island alone. Run, hurry up and run. Mu Tao muttered. His voice was extremely soft, as though he had no strength. The bald man next to him heard his voice, and he looked over. Mu Tao, what are you talking about? It's him, the demon. Mu Tao muttered. Demon. The bald man's face grew grave, but immediately responded. Would this be the Universe God who destroyed Ancient Moon Island? Mu Tao didn't reply, but the bald man got his answer through his expression. I see. No wonder he could destroy Ancient Moon Island alone. It turned out that he was an expert who was good at consciousness attacks. Before an expert who was good at consciousness attacks, the amount wouldn't matter. The bald man squinted his eyes. Then he smiled coldly. It's a pity that He Longshan is different from Ancient Moon Island. 10 kings, come and kill this boy for me. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 10 piercing noises were suddenly heard. Among the crowd, there were 10 figures that plunged forward. The 10 of them were wearing bronze armor, and they had soaring, murderous intentions. They stood in a line before Jian Wushuang as their boundless auras pressured Jian Wushuang. It's the 10 kings. The 10 kings are launching attacks altogether. This boy is going to die. The universe gods from Heilongshan saw the 10 figures, and there was immediately a commotion being stirred up among the crowd. The 10 kings were second to the few heads of Heilongshan. The 10 of them were peak universe gods in the third heaven who were extremely powerful, and the head of Heilongshan had paid a huge price to build them up. The divine weapons that they were using and the armor that they were wearing were outstanding. The 10 of them had even cultivated a war formation, especially to join their forces to fight against their enemy. With the 10 of them joining forces, besides the experts on Universe God ranking list, there shouldn't be any other Universe God who could win against them. Die. The 10 kings were extremely quick to action. They appeared before Jian Wushuang instantly. Then there were attacks from all directions that landed on Jian Wushuang one after another. Jian Wushuang looked calm and composed while he wielded his Blood Mountain sword with a light bit of power of transformation. Dang! 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 The 10 attacks were blocked by Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang merely took one step back. Then Blood Mountain's sword slid through the void like a snack and hit the body of 2 kings. The 2 kings were protected by the bronze armor, but they flew backwards when they were hit by the sword light. Huh. He could easily block our attacks and instantly counterattack. This boy has strong swordsmanship. One-on-one, none of us is his match. Let's use war formation. The 10 kings discussed and reached a mutual attack style. A terrifying aura soared up. A demonic dragon knight who was 100 zhang tall and covered under bronze armor appeared in the void. The demonic dragon knight had soaring murderous intention that struck fear into the surrounding people. Formation. Jian Wushuang looked. He knew about war formation long ago when he was in Green Fire World. He knew the advantage of the war formation. Although the individual power of the 10 kings wasn't strong, when the 10 of them joined forces and moved into a war formation, it brought significant pressure to Jian Wushuang. Interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled, and in the next moment his figure suddenly magnified and became 100 zhang tall too. His body gave out a dark gold luster, and there were 5 four-angled stars in between his eyebrows, which were shimmering. Come on. Jian Wushuang laughed, and his huge divine god body took a huge stride forward. Then, Blood Mountain sword in his hand that had increased in size too gave out terrifying power. The demonic dragon rider shook, and the demonic dragon let out a shrill roar. Suddenly, the 2 huge figures collided together. Chapter 1440. Whoever blocks me will die. Chapter 1440. Whoever blocks me will die. Bang! 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 Shockingly loud thunder could be heard on the horizon. Along with the thunder, there was a savage power that swept over from all directions. Suddenly the earth shattered. The surrounding spectators were terrified. Humph! I paid a great price to nurture the 10 kings. Not only are they powerful, but when they are united in a formation, besides experts on Universe God ranking list, no one else will be evenly matched. Although he is strong, he is dreaming of being able to fight evenly with the 10 kings, the leader of Heilongshan, the bald man said. As he spoke, the huge, demonic dragon suddenly let out a raging roar. Then it wielded the long spear in its hand, and suddenly a boundless flame that covered the entire universe spurted out. The flame formed into demonic dragon knights, and they charged towards Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang was in a fix. Looking at the scene, universe gods in Heilongshan suddenly looked delighted. Only Mu Tao wasn't. Ever since Mu Tao had seen Jian Wushuang, there was only fear in his eyes. When he saw Jian Wushuang in a pinch, he shook his head. It's useless. It can't stop him. No one can stop this demon. He knew well how scary Jian Wushuang was. Back then, when he was on ancient Moon Island, not only had Jian Wushuang performed terrifyingly great swordsmanship and a scary consciousness attack, the thing that had made them hopeless was his unbelievable power of defense. Back then, when a few peak universe gods launched a full attack and hit Jian Wushuang's body directly, it didn't affect Jian Wushuang at all. That was the scariest part about Jian Wushuang. With such a terrifying divine body, he was destined to not fail. As expected on the battlefield, even though he was facing the attack of demonic knights, and in a pinch, his aura wasn't weakened at all. On the contrary, he grew even stronger. I don't want to waste any more time on you. A cold voice was heard from Jian Wushuang's mouth. In Jian Wushuang's eyes was a chilly gleam. There was also a significant crimson light erupting from the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. Reincarnation sword principle. The bleeding technique. Rumble. A terrifying crimson light suddenly erupted. The entire vast void suddenly drowned in a crimson ocean. In the crimson ocean, a ray of sword light penetrated the void and slashed at the demonic knight. There was a sudden explosion of power of reincarnation. The demonic knight, too, immediately resisted with the long spear. However, it collided with the crimson light. Pissed. The spear was broken into two directly. The crimson sword light wasn't hindered, but plunged at the body of the demonic knight. That very moment, the entire universe went quiet. The demonic knight collapsed immediately and fell apart. The 10 kings in it were revealed. The 10 kings looked terrified. They had never expected that when the 10 of them united to transform into a demonic knight with formation, they would be defeated by a universe god. Just then, Jian Wushuang suddenly showed a flash of murderous instinct. Reincarnation, sword, principle. Bleed to the end of the world. Wah! A shrill, crimson sword light filled the air. In the dark void, it was like writing a crimson yet tragic and soul-stirring route to the end of the world. It looked extremely eye-catching. The route to the end of the world passed before the 10 kings. Pissed, 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 pissed. The 10 kings' eyes were wide open as their heads were chopped off. With that one swung, the famous 10 kings in Heilong-shan lost their lives in an instant. So impressive. The tens of thousands of universe gods in the surrounding void were in a sudden, unprecedented shock. Jian Wushuang was murderous. After he had killed the 10 kings, his gaze was redirected to the leader of Heilong-shan, the bald man. Before shooting the rider, one should shoot the horse first. Before capturing the thief, one should capture the king first. There was coldness in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The next moment, his figure moved and charged towards the bald man. Shit! The bald man felt Jian Wushuang's intention to kill. His face grew grave. Although he was the leader of Heilong-shan, and he was the number 1 among all bandits in Heilong-shan, he knew clearly that when the 10 kings united, they could oppress him easily even if they didn't perform a formation. However, Jian Wushuang had defeated the 10 kings' demonic dragon knight in an instant and killed all 10 of them. He was such a terrifying existence. How could he be his match? Quick, hurry and block him for me. The bald man roared and commanded the surrounding bandits to block Jian Wushuang while he ran towards the void behind. Trying to run away? Jian Wushuang sneered as a vast soul power stirred. Virum. Without performing a 5 beast manipulation knack, without performing Crimson Phoenix, with mere soul power, he swept out and covered the void before him, then started suppressing with soul power. The terrifying soul power pierced into the surrounding universe, God's head, like a thorn instantly. Suddenly, walla-la-la, like raindrops, more than 1,000 universe gods' corpses fell down before Jian Wushuang. Before Jian Wushuang, there was immediately a broad rout. Another boundless soul power swept out. Jian Wushuang performed the secret skill of Tianyuan directly. The first technique in secret skill of Tianyuan, inextinguishable light. A silent soul light caught up to the bald man at an incredibly fast speed and was absorbed into his body. Ah! The bald man cried out. His body stopped and his hands were on his head as he screamed in pain. The bald man was a true peak universe god in the third heaven, after all. With Jian Wushuang's current soul strength, performing inextinguishable light would at most make him feel pain and affect his movement. However, it wouldn't be possible if Jian Wushuang intended to kill the bald man with inextinguishable light. The moment the bald man stopped, Jian Wushuang immediately appeared behind him. He swung out a sword light, and the bald man's head flew off. Jian Wushuang lifted his hand to catch the bald man's skull. In the void, Jian Wushuang held his sword in one hand and held the bald man's head in the other. He looked around at the Heilongshan experts surrounding him. He exerted strength in his palm, and the bald man's head exploded in his head. Then Jian Wushuang spoke in a cold voice. "Whoever blocks me will die." Chapter 1441 Collapse. Chapter 1441 Collapse. Dead silent. The entire universe was dead silent. The countless universe god from Heilongshan stared at demon-like Jian Wushuang, whose hands were covered with fresh blood. Everyone shivered in fear from the bottom of their hearts. Too strong. Demon, he's a demon. Such a demon. How could we match him evenly? The universe gods from Heilongshan shouted. They saw the earlier scene clearly. The 10 kings of Heilongshan had joined forces and became a war formation, demonic dragon knight. But Jian Wushuang swept them off, and the 10 kings died. With his thought, thousands of universe gods had suddenly died. The head of Heilongshan, who was the strongest among them, couldn't make one single move on Jian Wushuang and was instantly killed. Everything shocked them, and they were dumbfounded. Run. No one knew who the first person who shouted was. The very next moment, the surrounding countless universe gods, including the few heads of Heilongshan, didn't hesitate but opted to run for their lives. Run, run, run. The bandits forgot about everything, but only knew to run. In an instant, the large number of bandits who were originally surrounding the spaceship ran away. The danger vanished into thin air in a sudden. On the deck, universe gods and Hong Ri mercenary group looked surprised, and it stirred a commotion in everyone's heart. Especially Yu Gang. He looked as though he had seen a ghost. One must know that the people in Hong Ri mercenary group were unhappy with Jian Wushuang's existence earlier. They thought it'd be more than enough for Su Hong to hire Hong Ri mercenary group alone. He didn't need to hire another person. On top of that, Jian Wushuang wasn't famous, and they didn't think just how strong Jian Wushuang was. But then, after Jian Wushuang had showed his power, everyone was taken by surprise. Too strong. He definitely has the fighting power of one on Universe God ranking list. Definitely. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat Heilongshan's troop all alone. This Jian Ke, is he an expert on Universe God ranking list? The people in Hong Ri mercenary group were hot with emotion. They finally understood why Su Hong would hire Jian Wushuang. Just then, swoosh. Jian Wushuang landed on the deck once again among the people in Hong Ri mercenary group. The people in Hong Ri mercenary group looked at Jian Wushuang again at a close distance, and all of them were gulping their saliva, including Yu Gang. There was an unprecedented reverence in their eyes. Jian Wushuang stole a glance at everyone, but didn't say much. He walked into the cabin before everyone's gazes. When Jian Wushuang entered the cabin, the people in Hong Ri mercenary group let out a breath of relief. Go, go, go. Let's continue with our journey, Yu Gang said and continued to drive the spaceship again. In the spaceship cabin, you live up to your reputation as disciple of Star Palace. I'm impressed. Su Hong looked at Jian Wushuang in shock and smiled. To have you, Jian Wushuang, escort me personally is my pleasure. Don't be too happy just yet. After all, our real trouble has yet to arrive. Jian Wushuang looked solemn. Su Hong squinted his eyes. The expert that Chu sect sent might be very strong. But with your power, you should be able to deal with them, right? In Su Hong's view, Jian Wushuang could deal with a huge bandit group like He Longshan. The expert that Chu sect sent wouldn't be any stronger than He Longshan, so Jian Wushuang should be able to deal with it easily. If it was before He Longshan, I definitely could. But now it's hard to say, Jian Wushuang said. Why? Su Hong was confused. I told you before that Chu sect definitely sent experts to hide among Hong Ri mercenary group. I didn't take any action before, so Chu sect didn't know my background. They'd only treat me as an ordinary peak universe god in the third heaven. But now that I have exposed my power, Chu sect will definitely know, and they will definitely lay down a plan according to my power. The experts that they send will definitely be extremely strong, Jian Wushuang said. Su Hong was stunned and immediately understood. The experts from Chu sect either did not take action at all or took action with full confidence. They naturally took Jian Wushuang's power into consideration. What can we do? Su Hong creased his eyebrows and asked, I don't know, but when I attacked earlier, I did something on purpose. I didn't show my full power. Plus, the expert that Chu sect sent to hide among Hong Ri mercenary group is most likely a universe god in the third heaven or even lower. Hence, his understanding is limited and he won't be able to tell my true ability. I reckon he will only treat me as an expert suspected to have fighting power like one on the universe god ranking list. Hence, we are still at an advantage, Jian Wushuang said. Hearing what Jian Wushuang said, Su Hong was extremely shocked. What you revealed earlier wasn't your full power. Jian Wushuang glanced at Su Hong, but didn't answer. In actual fact, he did hold back during the battle earlier. He didn't give full play to the power of reincarnation, and his swordsmanship wasn't performed to the limit. He had just passed through his second inverse cultivation test, and his swordsmanship was in an advancement period. During the years he was preparing in Lineage of Star, he had improved in swordsmanship tremendously with the aid of the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. The most distinguished achievement would be that he had created the reincarnation sword principle. The reincarnation sword principle, he had named it so because he had comprehended from the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation. There's 7 strokes in the reincarnation sword principle. Every stroke was a fierce, unique skill. He had only performed 2 of the fiercer strokes, the bleeding technique and bleed to the end of the world technique. Among the reincarnation sword principle, he had also created another stronger stroke, compared to the 2, but he had yet to perform it. Just wait, the expert that Chu sect sent will be here in no time. Jian Wushuang muttered, then he closed his eyes. Just as Jian Wushuang had expected, the experts sent by Chu sect immediately found out about Jian Wushuang's power after their encounter with He Longshan, and they made a corresponding plan. In the boundless void, there were a dozen figures waiting patiently on a mini island that was abandoned. Very soon, a crimson spaceship stopped before the island in the void. Then there was a crimson-robed figure that walked out slowly from the crimson spaceship. He's here. Looking at the crimson-robed figure, people who were waiting on the island looked excited. Chapter 1442. Fighting Power Like One on Universe God Ranking List. Chapter 1442. Fighting Power Like One on Universe God Ranking List. Mr. Zhao Han. looking at the person in the crimson robe walk out from the scarlet spaceship. The dozen experts that were waiting on the island bowed politely, except for one. The cold-looking young man in the crimson robe overlooked everyone on the island. Then he shook and suddenly appeared before the peak universe god in the third heaven that never bowed. "Pangbo, long time no see. You're here too?" The young man, Zhao Han, said with a smile. The person who was called Pangbo was a brawny, middle-aged man who was more than 2 meters tall. The brawny, middle-aged man carried a green saber on his back, and his figure looked bold and strong, with a tinge of imposing manner. Hearing what Zhao Han said, Pangbo replied coldly, "There's some trouble. Otherwise, there would be no need for you to be here." "What kind of trouble?" "Even you, an expert who is extremely close to the standard of Universe God ranking list, can't deal with it?" Zhao Han smiled. "The enemy is suspected to have fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list." Pangbo replied. "Oh." Zhao Han squinted his eyes. "Being extremely close to the standard of Universe God ranking list, and suspected to have fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list. Obviously something unusual was happening. Tell me, what's going on?" Zhao Han asked. "As you are invited by the Chu sect, you naturally know the aim of the mission and the person that we are going to kill. Although he isn't strong, he hired some experts to escort him. Among the experts, Hong Ri Mercenary Group is just a mercenary group after all. You can ignore them. However, when they were in Floating City, he called for extra help. The help's name is Jian Ku," Pangbo said. "Jian Ku? Who can't tell that that's an alias?" Zhao Han smirked. "It's this Jian Ku who is suspected to have fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list." "Yes," Pangbo nodded. "Not long ago, Jian Ku and the rest of them encountered the bandits from Heilongshan in the Boundless Void." "Heilongshan?" Zhao Han looked surprised. "I happen to have been training in the Boundless Void for a while now, and I've heard about Heilongshan. It is said that Heilongshan has hundreds of thousands of bandits. Among them were quite a few universe gods in the third heaven. There are even a few peak universe gods in the third heaven. They also have the 10 Kings, which is quite well known." "That's right. Whichever troops want to go through the Boundless Void, as long as they meet with Heilongshan, will definitely experience a nightmare. There is almost no one who could escape under the watch of Heilongshan. Jian Ku and the troop met Heilongshan in the Boundless Void, supposedly, and things seemed bad. In the end," Pangbo creased his eyebrows. "Why? Unless they escaped through Heilongshan's hands?" Zhao Yu joked casually. "They didn't escape, but they defeated Heilongshan wantonly with thunderous measures," Pangbo said. "What?" Zhao Han's face suddenly grew grave. He had been training in the Boundless Void for quite some time. Initially, he intended to make trouble for Heilongshan as he had heard of Heilongshan's power. He knew clearly how great one's power must be to be able to defeat Heilongshan wantonly. Would it be that the one they encountered wasn't the main force of Heilongshan, but just a partial section of the experts? Zhao Han couldn't help but ask. No, they met the main force, led by Heilongshan's leader. On top of that, Heilongshan launched their full force. There was a total of tens of thousands of universe gods, and inclusive of the 10 Kings were involved in the action. But in the end, they were killed and defeated. The leader of Heilongshan and the 10 Kings all died. The person who causes that to happen is Jian Ku, Pangbo said solemnly. You meant that Jian Ku alone killed the 10 Kings from Heilongshan and their leaders in front of the universe, gods from Heilongshan? Zhao Han asked. Yes, the 10 Kings from Heilongshan already gave their all, and they even made a formation. But in the end, Jian Ku defeated them directly, Pangbo said. Then, even Zhao Han had a glimpse of shock in his eyes. The 10 Kings from Heilongshan, the moment they united and formed their formation. It is said that only one who possesses power like one on Universe God ranking list could be evenly matched. But Jian Ku could defeat the formation directly. His power shouldn't be weak. However, it doesn't mean that he possesses fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list. Zhao Han smiled. Doesn't it? Pang Bo was stunned. Fighting power of one on Universe God ranking list isn't something easily achievable. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only 100 of them. Zhao Han smiled. In the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, how many are like you, extremely close to the standard of one on Universe God ranking list, and how many are suspected to have fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list? There is a countless number of them. But among these people, how many could really be evenly matched with experts on Universe God ranking list? For example, 50,000 years ago, a genius disciple from East Royal Sanctuary, Yihan, was naturally gifted, and he defeated many experts who were close to the standard of one on Universe God ranking list. He was recognized as being suspected of having fighting power like one on the Universe God ranking list. But in the end, when he really came across an expert on Universe God ranking list, and the expert was only on the 93rd place, considered the bottom of the list, what happened then? With just 3 moves, Yihan was defeated, heavily defeated, without a chance to struggle. Hence, whoever has yet to fight against an expert on Universe God ranking list will not be qualified to be recognized as suspected to have fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list. Just like the 10 kings from Heilongshan, they said that no one without the fighting power of one on the Universe God ranking list could fight evenly with them once they were in their formation. But in actual fact, have they fought with an expert on Universe God ranking list before? Do they know how strong an expert on the Universe God ranking list is? Zhao Han looked like he didn't care. Well, that's true. In the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, there are many that were said to be suspected to have fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list, but they were actually far from the real experts on the Universe God ranking list. Jianku and the troop are still in the boundless void. Zhao Han asked again. Yes, our people are among their troop. We know of their location, Pang Bo replied. If so, let's get into action. Let's meet with this person that you said to be suspected to have fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list. Jianku, Zhao Han scoffed. With you involving yourself personally, there shouldn't be any unexpected events. Pang Bo smiled faintly. The Universe gods at the side were absolutely confident in Mr. Zhao Han. Forget about the fact that Jian might possess fighting power like one on Universe God ranking list. Even if he did, they believed that Mr. Zhao Han could easily seize control of him. After all, Mr. Zhao Han became an expert of the Universe God ranking list in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries long ago, and he wasn't too low on the list. Without much preparation, Zhao Han and Pang Bo led a dozen Universe gods onto the delicate scarlet spaceship. Then they plunged towards where Jian Wushuang and the troop were. Chapter 1443. They're here. Chapter 1443. They're here. In the boundless void, the spaceship was still traveling forward. On the deck, the people in Hong Ri mercenary group were very free. It has been rather peaceful. There are not even any bandits that come and look for trouble. Humph! Which ordinary bandit groups dare to ask for trouble with us? Hong Ri mercenary group? Even if we were to encounter the extremely strong bandit groups like Heilongshan, we have Mr. Jianku with us. There's nothing to be afraid of. When would we be as powerful as Mr. Jianku? They chatted leisurely as they gathered in groups. In one of the corners, there were 2 universe gods together. The 2 universe gods were just ordinary universe gods in the 3rd heaven, and they were recruited by Hong Ri mercenary group when they were at Floating City. Mr. Pang Bo already sent a message. They'll be here in another half a day. By then, we carry out the plan accordingly, an elderly with triangle eyes said in a very low voice. Besides the person before him, no one else could hear. On this spaceship, there's Jianku who swept Heilongshan alone. Mr. Pangbo, would they succeed? The other blonde-haired maiden ceased her eyebrows and asked, "Don't worry. Not only is Mr. Pangbo coming, there's also Mr. Zhaohan," the elderly with triangle eyes replied. "Mr. Zhaohan? The expert on Universe God ranking list?" The blonde-haired girl was shocked and immediately beamed with joy. Then it should be fine. No matter how great Jianku is, he definitely is far behind when he is compared with an expert on the Universe God ranking list. "Let's get ready. There's about half a day left," the elderly with triangle eyes said. Half a day flew past really quickly. In the spaceship cabin, Jian Wushuang, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. His soul power sensed the other spaceship in the void in front of them approaching them. "Su Hong, the person who wants to kill you is here," Jian Wushuang spoke. "He's here." Su Hong's face grew solemn instantly. Immediately, Jian Wushuang and Su Hong came out from the cabin. "Mr. Jianku, Su Hong, why are both of you out?" Group leader of Hong Ri mercenary group smiled and he looked over. Jian Wushuang didn't reply but fixed his gaze in the void before him. "You gang, tell your people to be prepared. There's a strong enemy approaching," Su Hong said in a deep voice. "A strong enemy again?" Yu Gang creased his eyebrows. "The strong enemy this time is much scarier than Heilong Shan," Su Hong said. "What?" Yu Gang got a shock and gave out a command in a roar. "Hurry up. Get up and be prepared to fight your enemy." The people in Hong Ri mercenary group who were on the deck were frightened. They stood up and divine weapons appeared in their hands. Everyone was looking into the dark void before them. There was a crimson light appearing gradually, and it continued to magnify. "It's a spaceship. Such a beautiful spaceship." The people in Hong Ri mercenary group fixed their gazes on the beautiful crimson spaceship. Just then, on the corner of the deck, the elderly with triangle eyes and the blonde-haired maiden who were well prepared exchanged a glance. "Action!" The elderly with triangle eyes roared. Suddenly, there was an eruption of 2 bolts of aura on the spaceship. The elderly with triangle eyes and the blonde-haired maiden took action simultaneously. They launched their strongest attacks at the structure of the side of the spaceship. The structure of the spaceship was heavy-duty. When a strong attack was launched from the outside, it would require time and effort to break. However, if the attack was launched from the inside, it would be much easier. The elderly with triangular eyes and the blonde-haired maiden stayed on the spaceship for a while, and they knew clearly about the weakness of the structure. Then they attacked the 2 weakest points directly and did so at the same time. Instantly, the structure on the side of the spaceship shattered. "Shit!" Yu Gang's face grew grave. "You 2 bastards! There's 2 of them!" Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. He knew long ago that there was an expert sent by Chu sect among Hong Ri mercenary group, but he had never expected there to be 2. The 2 of them suddenly launched an attack at the structure, and he couldn't stop them in time. "Hurry up and run!" The elderly with triangle eyes and the blonde-haired maiden removed the structure and left the spaceship without hesitation. They wanted to run to the crimson spaceship and meet up with Zhao Han, Pangbo, and the rest of the troop. But just as they dashed out from the spaceship, there were 2 shapeless soul attacks that hit them. "What?" The elderly with triangle eyes and the blonde-haired maiden looked terrified. Then their figures fell down the very next moment. "Although I can't stop you breaking the structure in time, it's fairly easy to kill you." Jian Wushuang looked cold. "Awesome." Yu Gang and the Universe Gods and Hong Ri mercenary group at the surrounding felt great. "Be prepared, the massacre is going to start," Jian Wushuang said. The Universe Gods and Hong Ri mercenary group suddenly lifted their heads. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. They saw figures with fierce auras turning into flowing light and plunging towards their spaceship. Without the hindrance of the structure, the flowing light descended onto the deck directly. There was a total of 30 figures descending simultaneously. Luckily, the spaceship was extremely huge. The deck was like a mini battlefield, and it could fit these people. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and stared at the people before him. Yu Gang by his side and the Universe Gods and Hong Ri mercenary group looked on in distress. They had already noticed the people who came were all peak Universe Gods in the third heaven. There was a total of 30 of them. Among them, the one leading was the brawny man carrying a green saber. His aura was much stronger compared to the others. You are. Yu Gang stared at the brawny man carrying a green saber, and there was terror in his eyes. Pang Bo, it's you. You know him. Jian Wushuang glanced at Yu Gang. Yes, Yu Gang nodded. Pang Bo was originally a group leader of a huge mercenary group. But in the end, because he offended an expert on Universe God ranking list by accident, and the mercenary group under his lead was massacred. The expert on the Universe God ranking list originally wanted to kill him too, but Pang Bo was too strong. His defense power is terrifyingly strong. Although the expert on the Universe God ranking list could suppress him, he couldn't kill him, and he gained fame in that battle. He is an expert who is extremely close to the standard of the Universe God ranking list. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Are you Jian Ku? Pang Bo's gaze was cold as he looked at Jian Wushuang. It's me, Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. If you were to leave here now, you might save your own life, Pang Bo said coldly. You might not be qualified to say this. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Is it? There was a flash of coldness in Pang Bo's eyes, and he plunged forward like a fierce tiger in the very next moment. Chapter 1444. Universe God Ranking List, Zhao Han. Chapter 1444. Universe God Ranking List, Zhao Han. Hack! Pang Bo charged forward, and the deck broke as a terrifying aura swept in all directions. Ninth Thunder Sword. Pang Bo was raging with a fierce aura as the green saber in his hand was engulfed in green bolts of thunder. He suddenly appeared before Jian Wushuang and slashed with the green saber. Whoosh! 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 There was a total of 9 sword lights, and everyone had a boundless power of thunder. Most importantly, not only were the 9 sword lights getting stronger with every stroke, their speed grew with every stroke. Jian Wushuang concentrated, and Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. He erupted his divine power and greeted his opponent. The clashing of blades was heard. The 9 continuous clashes caused great impact, and Jian Wushuang couldn't help but retreat. On the other hand, Pang Bo looked even more triggered. There was an armor made of green thunder protecting his body out of nowhere. He wore a thunder armor and held a green thunder saber. Pang Bo then looked like he had transformed into a thunder god. 12 Thunder Sword. Pang Bo again wielded his saber fiercely, but by then it was a total of 12 sword lights. This sword technique is quite impressive, although it isn't on the level of real God. From the continuous overlapping of accumulated power, the last one could barely be comparable with real God unique skill. No wonder he was said to be close to the standard of one on Universe God ranking list. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He could tell that Pang Bo's power couldn't be much weaker than the top genius of Dark Phoenix Pavilion, who was a Universe God in the third heaven, Lin Shui. The 12 sword lights descended one after another. Jian Wushuang immediately raised his sword to block. He blocked 11 sword lights in an instant. When the last sword light had descended, Jian Wushuang's gaze turned cold. Reincarnation Sword Principle, the bleeding technique. Rumble. A terrifying crimson light suddenly exploded, and the entire void drowned in a crimson ocean. In the crimson ocean, a scarlet sword light soared along with boundless power including the slight bit of power of reincarnation that Jian Wushuang comprehended. The scarlet sword light collided with the last sword light that Pang Bo had performed directly. Bang! There was a loud, vigorous noise before the entire spaceship broke entirely. The terrifying divine power shattered it, while the people on the spaceship fell and dispersed into all directions from the impact. In the midst of the divine storm, a figure suddenly retreated and finally regained his stability. The person was Pang Bo. So strong, such strength. Pang Bo was still engulfed in the green thunder, but his palm started shivering. Both arms were going numb. Jian Wushuang gradually revealed his figure among the divine storm. His face turned cold as he stared at Pang Bo. No wonder experts on Universe God ranking list couldn't kill you. Your defense power is not bad. However, with you alone, you're not qualified to be my opponent yet. Let the person behind come forth. The person behind. Su Hong and the people from Hong Ri mercenary group were stunned. Haha, very well. You could identify my existence. A malicious laughter suddenly burst out. Then there was a figure in crimson robe that floated out from the delicate crimson spaceship and appeared before everyone. He looked cold, but he was wearing a creepy smile as he measured Jian Wushuang up and down. Although he looked calm, every Universe God from Hong Ri mercenary group stiffened at the sight of him. Jian Wushuang's face also grew grave when he saw the approaching person. Expert. He is at least 10 times stronger than Pang Bo, Lin Shui from Dark Phoenix Pavilion, or even Ho Yi, who defeated Lim Shui and declared that he was going to challenge an expert on Universe God ranking list. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. He lit up his soul power, and he could clearly sense the boundless pressure that the other person was giving him. Zhao Han, number 76 on Universe God ranking list. The man in the crimson robe, Zhao Han, smiled faintly. Hearing what he had said, everyone from Hong Ri mercenary group were shocked. An expert on the Universe God ranking list. Shocking. To people from Hong Ri mercenary group, Pang Bo, who was close to the standard of one on Universe God ranking list, was already in existence that was beyond reach. Let alone Zhao Han, who was truly an expert on Universe God ranking list. As expected, Jian Wushuang wasn't surprised. To be able to place such great pressure on him, only experts on Universe God ranking list could do so. On the Universe God ranking list, there was a total of 100 top experts. Although Zhao Han was only on the 76th, even the strongest Universe God in the third heaven in Lineage of Star was only on the 51st on Universe God ranking list, which was not much stronger than Zhao Han. I do not kill any nobody. Tell me your real name. Don't try to fool me with a pseudonym like Jian Ku, Zhao Han spoke in a cool tone. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and replied, Star Palace, Jian Wushuang. I see. A genius disciple of Star Palace, from Lineage of Star. No wonder you have such power, Zhao Han said. Lineage of Star, overlord of Purple Moon Sanctuary in Starland. Such great power, normally no one has the guts to provoke them, while disciples of Star Palace are Lineage of Star's precious. Whoever kills disciples of Star Palace will definitely trigger Lineage of Star. However, I, Zhao Han, happen to be the kind of person who isn't afraid of anything. If you intend to kill me, you can't do it with words, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Of course. Zhao Han's smile turned cold, and there was suddenly a terrifying aura soaring from his body. Simultaneously, boundless divine power flowed out and formed an illusionary image of a huge golden bear in an instant. Jian Wushuang, let me see just how capable are you as a disciple of Star Palace. Zhao Han fixed his gaze on Jian Wushuang, and his figure shook the next moment. The void before Jian Wushuang shattered while Zhao Han appeared from the shattered void. He swung his palm that was covered in faint gold light. Then, the huge golden bear too swung its paw ferociously. Huh. The golden paw continuously grew and suddenly covered a range of more than 100 miles. The void within the range shattered and collapsed. The terrifying force locked Jian Wushuang within. Such power! Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn. Jian Wushuang, be careful. Zhao Han is just like you. He has already comprehended a slight bit of power of Heavenway, and he has grasped the myriad beasts doctrine in the 9-heaven God doctrine. This scariest part about the doctrine is its attack power. Not only is it strong, it is also extremely ferocious. King of Venomous Worms said in Jian Wushuang's head. Myriad beasts doctrine? Jian Wushuang smirked. We shall see if his myriad beasts doctrine is stronger, or if my reincarnation doctrine is more powerful. Chapter 1445 Jian Wushuang versus Zhao Han. Chapter 1445 Jian Wushuang versus Zhao Han. With a slight bit of scorching heat, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship erupted. Jian Wushuang slashed with his sword. Not only did he give full rein to his divine power and ancient god power to his extreme limit, but he had also performed with the slight bit of power of reincarnation that he had comprehended. Break! The cold sword light brought along a shrill, piercing whistle and instantly hit the golden palm that was pressing down. Walala! An enormous amount of divine power dispersed, and the huge golden palm was torn apart by the sword light. Not bad. Zhao Han saw the scene and sneered. He then flipped his wrist to reveal that he was wearing a pair of golden gloves. The golden gloves gave out an outstanding power. They were obviously a very fierce chaos unique treasure. Then let's give it a try. Zhao Han's face grew ferocious as boundless divine power flowed into his hands in an instant. The golden bear statue that soared up from his body immediately bellowed at the sky above. The golden bear was acting as though it was insane. The two huge bear paws slapped out at lightning speed like a huge golden mountain. Every golden mountain covered an expanse of thousands of miles and traveling towards Jian Wushuang. Looking at the golden mountains that were pressing in on him, Jian Wushuang couldn't dodge. So strong. Compared to the earlier slam, it is much stronger. Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn. If so, Virum, the billowing scarlet flame, suddenly soared up and formed a crimson sea surrounding Jian Wushuang. And Jian Wushuang was the king of the Crimson Sea. Once the secret skill of Scarlet Kingdom was put to play, Jian Wushuang's overall performance doubled. Kill! Jian Wushuang roared and wielded his sword. A fierce power tore the golden mountains that were pressing towards him. Simultaneously, Jian Wushuang's figure was moving closer to Zhao Han at a terrifyingly fast speed. After a short while, Jian Wushuang appeared before Zhao Han. Reincarnation sword principle. Bleed to the end of the world. Jian Wushuang wielded his sword directly. Wow! Shrill crimson, sword light, filled the air. In the dark void, it was like writing a bloody and sad, yet stirring road to the end of the world. The road to the end of the world was unusually brilliant. The sword light was aiming at Zhao Han's throat. Funny, Zhao Han's gaze fixed, and the right hand in a golden glove suddenly became a dragon claw and clawed out at lightning speed. Behind his back, there was instantly a powerful golden dragon, and the golden dragon was clawing out with his claw. Clash! The dragon claw that Zhao Han struck out with grabbed Jian Wushuang's sword directly. The clashing sound of enormous divine power didn't move him at all. Grabbing my sword with a bare hand. You have guts! Jian Wushuang smirked and blood mountain sword in his hands, immediately let out a shocking sword intention. The entire sword was giving out a shrill sword whistle. What? Zhao Han's face changed. He could clearly sense the terrifying sword intention from the sword and the shrill aura. He had an illusion that if he didn't move his palm, he would definitely be chopped into two by the shrill aura. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Zhao Han immediately let go of Blood Mountain Sword and his figures. Demonic Dragon. Jian Wushuang's eyes grew cold. Then his soul power turned into 5 demonic dragons in an instant. The 5 demonic dragons carried terrifying murderous intentions and charged forward like lightning. 5 worms. How dare you act wildly before the real, huge dragon? Zhao Han shouted, and the golden dragon behind him opened its mouth. A terrifying roar was heard. The sound wave of the angry bellow shattered the 5 demonic dragons directly. But the demonic dragon just shattered, and a black light shot toward Zhao Han in silence. That's it. Zhao Han contracted his pupils. He already could see that the black light was a black long spear. The black long spear carried a unique power, and it came before his eyes in an instant. Humph! Zhao Han huffed and clasped his hands together. The huge golden bear was originally behind him, but it suddenly appeared before him. The golden bear solidified its body, and he blocked the spear, relying on its huge body. Although the long spear was blocked, it contained a soul attack, and it hit Zhao Han without hindrance. Consciousness attack. Zhao Han creased his eyebrows and instantly recovered. He blocked my attack of inextinguishable light that I used with his god-killing spear so easily. Jian Wushuang was shocked. In the void, Zhao Han stood and regained stability. There was shock in his eyes as he looked at Jian Wushuang. On the battlefield, there was a temporary silence. At the surrounding Hongri mercenary group, including those peak universe gods in the third heaven who were there to kill Su Hong, were gawking at the scene. When Jian Wushuang and Zhao Han stopped, they came back to reality. So strong. Too strong. This is the fighting power of one on universe god ranking list. We are all universe gods in the third heaven, but we are of a totally different level compared to the two of them. I feel that Mr. Zhao Han could easily kill me with a casual slap. Same goes for Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying battle. In the middle of the battlefield, Zhao Han finally spoke again. It seems that I've belittled you. You really do have the fighting power of one on the universe god ranking list. Zhao Han smiled faintly. As you are quite powerful and you're a disciple of Star Palace, as long as you can take my next move, I'll let you live. You're boasting shamelessly, Jian Wushuang shouted. Then take this. There was a loud shrill, and there were 2 rays of brilliant golden light from Zhao Han's hands. The golden light was constantly magnifying like 2 golden suns. Then there was an ancient, strong beast that appeared behind him out of nowhere. The beast had 3 heads, and no one could recognize it. However, the moment the beast opened its eyes, it sent chills down everyone's spine. Then Zhao Han's sun-like palm swung. Rumble. The surrounding void started trembling with madness. The terrifying power made every surrounding person roar uncontrollably. Everyone couldn't help but stare at the 2 golden suns. Real god, unique skill. Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. He knew Zhao Han, an expert on universe god ranking list who had already comprehended a slight bit of myriad beasts doctrine. He had already created real god, unique skill. Then he tightened his grip, and Blood Mountain sword quivered in madness and let out its extreme power. Reincarnation's sword principle, enduring samsara. Chapter 1446, Myriad Beasts Idol. Chapter 1446, Myriad Beasts Idol. Rumble. A black and a white ray of unusual sword light merged together perfectly, and there was a huge black and white whirlpool that appeared out of nowhere. The formation of the enduring samsara. It was the strongest technique that Jian Wushuang had created through the painting of understanding sword via reincarnation over a dozen years. Although the technique wasn't a real god unique skill, It had reached the extreme limit of a rank 3 unique skill. The huge black and white whirlpool and the two golden suns collided. There wasn't any ferocious rumble like how they had imagined, nor was there any explosion of terrifying power. There were only noises from the two bolts of forces madly colliding with one another. The two bolts of strength were continuously wearing down, but, finally, the golden sun had won by a notch. However, after the golden sun defeated the black and white whirlpool, it didn't have much strength left. Hence, it couldn't have any effect on Jian Wushuang's divine body. He withstood my technique directly? Zhao Han squinted his eyes. Jian Wushuang, I can tell that you've already comprehended a slight bit of power of Heavenway. It's only a matter of time until you enter the universe God ranking list. You probably wouldn't need much time to catch up with me on the ranking. A genius like you is someone I'd really love to eliminate ahead of time. However, I will honor my words. As you withstood my attack earlier, I shall show mercy. Please leave. Zhao Han stood there as he stared at Jian Wushuang as though he was watching his junior. You sound as though you are being lenient and letting me live, but I didn't see your ability to kill me. Jian Wushuang sneered. Zhao Han, if you were to really have the ability to kill me, show me. Otherwise, you, an expert on the universe God ranking list, shall die here today. Jian Wushuang, are you trying to die? Zhao Han's face turned cold. He really didn't want to kill Jian Wushuang. Firstly, Jian Wushuang wasn't that weak. Unless he performed that technique, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill him. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to perform the technique. Unless it was necessary, he wouldn't perform it. Secondly, Jian Wushuang was a disciple of Star Palace. He had scruples towards lineage of Star after all. If Jian Wushuang were to provoke him, he had no alternative. I'm trying to die? The person who is trying to die might be you. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold and the aura in his body continued to strengthen. Humph! If so, you can't blame me then. Zhao Han's eyes were covered with murderous intention as an enormous amount of divine power crazily soared. Rumble! There were suddenly 3 huge figures behind Zhao Han. The 3 huge figures were 3 golden idols that were tens of thousands of meters tall. The 3 golden idols looked as though they had the power to break the heaven and the earth. Zhao Han, who created the 3 golden idols, his face became ferocious and his eyes were red. This is Myriad Beasts' idols? King of Venomous Worms, who resided in Jian Wushuang's body, suddenly exclaimed. Myriad Beasts' idols? What's that? Jian Wushuang asked closely. He could feel the terrifying power of the 3 golden idols. Myriad Beasts' idols is a kind of powerful secret skill that was specially created for experts who can comprehend Myriad Beasts' doctrine. The secret skill gathers the power of idol, and every idol will be extremely strong. When the 3 idols gather together, it is enough for Zhao Han to enhance his strength to another level. King of Venomous Worms said, however, I can tell that Zhao Han has barely comprehended Myriad Beasts' doctrine. Hence, he can barely perform the secret skill. I reckon it should countercharge him too. It is the power of idol after all. It isn't so easily controlled. Zhao Han has such a trump card. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows and his face grew extremely solemn. Jian Wushuang die. Zhao Han let out a furious roar. Then he took a heavy step and clapped. The 3 tall golden idols suddenly let out brilliant golden light. The 3 powers of idol flowed into Zhao Han's hands, and his palm became extremely terrifying. Rumble! The towering golden palm slammed down on Jian Wushuang directly. Before the palm descended, the mere handprint brought about a terrifying pressuring force, and the blood in Jian Wushuang started boiling and churning as though the bones all over his body were going to explode. Then the golden palm finally arrived. Just then, roar! There was a sudden angry roar that could break the universe. Underneath the golden palm, there was an extremely rich golden light that soared. There was a divine ape soared up while it engulfed in golden light. The divine ape appeared and immediately let out a terrifying roar. Then, it straightway knocked the golden palm away. In the void, Jian Wushuang stood coldly as he held Blood Mountain's sword in his hands, while the golden divine ape that soared up from his body also held a huge sword in his hand with towering aura. His personal eruption of divine power in combination with the extreme explosion of soul power had formed a divine ape. It was a perfect match of personal divine power and soul power. Jian Wushuang's fighting power was billowing. How could he? Zhao Han, who was under the illusionary image of the three idols, saw the divine ape that Jian Wushuang had created, and his face grew grave. He never thought that after he played his trump card, Jian Wushuang could still withstand his attack. Zhao Han, you and I, let's battle again. Jian Wushuang, who was engulfed in the golden divine ape, had fighting intention. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Han, then took a huge stride forward. The huge golden divine ape suddenly charged forward. Shit! There was fear from the bottom of Zhao Han's heart. It is too difficult for me to perform myriad beast idols. Forget about how long I can even stand. Handling the countercharge itself from performing myriad beast idols is suffocating enough, but Jian Wushuang, it is obviously not difficult for him to perform his masterstroke. If we continue to fight, I will be at a disadvantage. Zhao Han thought and immediately made a decision. Dumbass, what are you doing there? Hurry up and take action. Kill Su Hong. Pang Bo, hurry up. Zhao Han let out a roar, and he looked as though he was going to bother Jian Wushuang again. Pang Bo and the dozens of universe gods in the third heaven who were around the battlefield immediately came back to reality. Actually, they took action long ago. However, Jian Wushuang and Zhao Han's fighting impact was too huge. They hid far away as they were afraid that they might be impacted. Hence, their fight naturally ceased. Then, when they heard Zhao Han's bellow, Pang Bo and his troop quickly took action again. They just moved, and Jian Wushuang, who was at the core of the battlefield, his face changed, and immediately the huge divine ape suddenly shook and appeared before Su Hong. His cold gaze swept towards Pang Bo and the universe gods in the third heaven. Chapter 1447. The second part of the task completed. Chapter 1447. The second part of the task completed. This, looking at Jian Wushuang, who stood right at the front, Pang Bo and his troop were frightened. His figure paused in the void too. Jian Wushuang, I, Zhao Han, will remember what happened today. In the future, I must take revenge. Zhao Han's cold voice rang. Mr. Zhao Han left. Hurry up and let's go. With Jian Wushuang around, it's impossible for us to kill Su Hong. Let's go. Pang Bo and the other universe gods in the third heaven weren't stupid either. They naturally left immediately. Looking at everyone leaving, Jian Wushuang didn't chase, and the people in Hong Re-mercenary group let out a breath of relief. The huge golden divine ape on the surface of Jian Wushuang slowly dispersed. He watched the direction the crimson spaceship went in, and his face grew solemn. Expert on universe god ranking list. He lives up to his reputation. Jian Wushuang muttered. He had given his all during his earlier battle. He put all his techniques to play, but he could only be evenly matched with Zhao Han. Zhao Han comprehends myriad beasts doctrine. He should be one notch higher than I in terms of realization. Plus, he created a real god unique skill and even possesses strong secret skills like myriad beasts idols. Compared to him, my comprehension of reincarnation doctrine and my unique skills are slightly weaker. The reason why I could be evenly matched with him was because of the combination of soul power and personal divine power, and also my possession of various treasures and secret skills. With such power, he will only be 76th on the universe god ranking list. I really wonder just how powerful are those people before him, especially those above 20, and those in the top 10. Just how scary of a monster are they? Jian Wushuang clenched his fist. He had just broken through and become universe god in the second heaven after all. There was still extremely huge space for improvement. Only when he had reached his peak might he be qualified to be evenly matched with the top 20 on the universe god ranking list and those monsters in the top 10. Jian Wushuang. Su Hong's voice was heard from behind. I never thought Chu sect was capable of hiring an expert on universe god ranking list. Luckily we have you. Otherwise we would be doomed. Su Hong was glad. At the same time he marveled at his power. One should know that Zhao Han was a true expert on universe god ranking list, and he was at the 76th place on the list. With such power, Jian Wushuang had forced him to retreat. Just how strong was Jian Wushuang? Not any weaker than Zhao Han, right? Experts on universe god ranking list are extremely rare. Chu sect was able to hire Zhao Han, and he was already really hard to come by. It is impossible for them to hire another expert on universe god ranking list who is stronger than Zhao Han to kill you at such short notice. Plus, the two persons among Hong Ri mercenary group were exposed. Without the two of them providing information, the experts from Chu sect won't be able to trace us in the boundless void. Hence, on our journey, we won't come across any danger, Jian Wushuang explained. Su Hong beamed with joy. Let's continue our journey. Jian Wushuang didn't say much, but urged everyone to depart once again. The group leader of Hong Ri mercenary group, Yu Gang, quickly took out a brand new spaceship, and everyone continued their journey on the new spaceship. On the way, the people of Hong Ri mercenary group treated Jian Wushuang even more reverently. After all, forgetting about the fact that Jian Wushuang was a disciple of Star Palace, his capability to force Zhao Han's retreat alone had instilled fear in them. On the other hand, in Lineage of Star, in the cave dwelling that was made of special gemstones, Hall Master Yuan received an update. Chu sect sent Zhao Han, who was at the 76th place on Universe God ranking list, to stop and kill him, but in the end he couldn't complete his mission. Zhao Han fought a battle against Jian Wushuang, and they were evenly matched? How is this possible? After receiving the news, even Hall Master Yuan was shocked. But very soon he calmed down. It seems that I belittled the young man's potential. To be able to fight against Zhao Han like that, his power definitely reached a standard to be listed on the Universe God ranking list. Plus, he had just passed through his second inverse cultivation test, and it had only been 100 years. If he were to continue to improve, he could reach the top 20 on the Universe God ranking list, or even the top 10. Until he passes through his inverse cultivation test in the third heaven, it should be easy for him to be listed in the top 10 on the Universe God ranking list. Such a gifted genius. There's never been one in the history of Lineage of Star. On top of that, he's an inverse cultivator. Hall Master Yuan was beaming with joy. This young man, the arrangement that I specially made for him wasn't in vain. I hope he can continue to surprise me. In the boundless void, the following journey went as predicted by Jian Wushuang. They didn't come across any other experts that Chu sect sent and only encountered some bandits. But none of those bandits came to find trouble with them. In a dozen years, the troop traveled across the boundless void and stepped foot in Purple Moon Sanctuary. The second part of the task is finally completed. Jian Wushuang had a smile on his face. The second part of the task was definitely much more dangerous than the first part of the task. Not only did they come across He Longshan, most importantly, they encountered the attempted murder from the experts sent by Chu sect. They even had experts on the Universe God ranking list to launch the attack. However, to Jian Wushuang, it was a great reward that he could fight a battle against an expert on the Universe God ranking list. To obtain another chance to enter real God Hall after the completion of the task, the reward itself was abundant. Su Hong, my task is to escort you to Purple Moon Sanctuary. As we've arrived, for the rest of the journey, you'll have to rely on yourself. Jian Wushuang looked at Su Hong. Thank you so much for escorting me on this journey. Su Hong was extremely grateful. As soon as he arrived at Purple Moon Sanctuary, the experts from Su family found him. With the experts from Su family around, Chu sect wouldn't be able to play any more tricks. In other words, he was already out of danger. Take care, Jian Wushuang said, and then turned to leave. Su Hong and Universe Gods and Hong Ri mercenary groups watched Jian Wushuang as he left. Everyone was sighing. If everything goes to plan on the Universe God ranking list, there will be Mr. Jian Wushuang's name in no time. Definitely. To be able to fight against Zhao Han like that, he definitely will enter Universe God ranking list. From what I can see, not only will Jian Wushuang be listed on the Universe God ranking list, his ranking will surpass Zhao Han's in no time. TSK. When will I be able to have Mr. Jian Wushuang's power? Chapter 1448. Sky Sword Mountain. Chapter 1448. Sky Sword Mountain. After Jian Wushuang had parted ways with Su Hong, he found a bar and sat down. At the same time, he sent a message to Hall Master Yuan to inform him that he had already completed the second part of the task. Jian Wushuang, I heard that you met an expert on Universe God ranking list, Zhao Han, in your second part of the task. How do you feel? Hall Master Yuan asked casually. The expert on Universe God ranking list was really strong, Jian Wushuang solemnly said. According to my power now, I could barely match Zhao Han evenly. If I intend to defeat him, I have to have a breakthrough on my sword principle again and create a unique skill of real God level. On sword principle unique skill, he had already created the rank 3 strongest unique skill, enduring samsara. Hence, to be stronger, he naturally had to create a real God unique skill. Hearing what Jian Wushuang said, the king of venomous worms couldn't help but mutter, if it wasn't because you had to protect Su Hong, you could totally try to keep Zhao Han behind and replace him easily on Universe God ranking list. Jian Wushuang smiled in reply. Previously, when Jian Wushuang was fighting against Zhao Han, myriad beast idols countercharged Zhao Han's body too vigorously, and he wasn't able to withstand for long. If they were to continue to fight, Jian Wushuang could definitely defeat him or even kill him. However, the victory would depend on his divine power and King of Venomous Worms' recovery power. As for his real power, he was really slightly weaker than Zhao Han. Regardless, you performed well to be able to fight against Zhao Han like that. Considering your ability now, I can be less worried about the third part of the task, Hall Master Yuan said. Huh. Jian Wushuang was surprised. The way Hall Master Yuan spoke made the third part of the task seem unusual. Jian Wushuang, I shall assign you the third part of your task, also the last part. Listen carefully, Hall Master said. Jian Wushuang listened with full attention. The 10 cultivation sanctuaries, which are outside of the boundless void in between Holy Kingdom of Green Thunder and Holy Kingdom of Illusionary Sea. There is a huge piece of land. This land is where the Sky Sword Mountain is located. Sky Sword Mountain is an extremely strong force in eternal chaotic world. Although they aren't within the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, the overall power they contain isn't ordinary. Even compared to us lineage of star, they aren't that far off. Jian Wushuang was shocked when he heard that. A force that wasn't much weaker, the lineage of star, was definitely at the top in eternal chaotic world. Back when I followed King Luo Zhen to wander around in the eternal chaotic world, I've heard of Sky Sword Mountain. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain is extremely hard to deal with. King of Venomous Worm's voice was heard. Hall Master Yuan continued. Sky Sword Mountain has many experts and also many real gods. Besides, Sky Sword Mountain has a total of 108 white deacons. These white deacons are all peak universe God in the third heaven. Among them, there is Universe God Mon. He once joined forces with a bunch of Universe God in Purple Moon Sanctuary to kill one of the disciples of Lineage of Star. Your task is to head over to Sky Sword Mountain and find an opportunity to kill Universe God Mon. Head to Sky Sword Mountain to kill Universe God Mon. He's the only target? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, just killing him will do, Hall Master Yuan replied. How strong is Universe God Mon? Was he on the Universe God ranking list, or close to having fighting power, like one on Universe God ranking list? Jian Wushuang asked again. No, he isn't strong. He's just an ordinary peak Universe God in the third heaven, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows when he heard Hall Master Yuan's reply. Only to kill an ordinary Universe God in the third heaven, the task seemed quite easy. But it was the final part of the task. Jian Wushuang, although Universe God Mon wasn't strong, he is from Sky Sword Mountain after all. Plus, he is very cunning. He has been staying in Sky Sword Mountain all these years, and he has never left. You have to kill him in Sky Sword Mountain if you were to kill him, under the watch of many experts in Sky Sword Mountain. If you make any careless mistakes, you'll be chased after by the experts in Sky Sword Mountain, even if you kill him. In turn, you might lose your life, Hall Master Yuan said. Is that right? Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn. He knew that killing Universe God Mon was an easy task. The crucial part of the task was that he had to escape from Sky Sword Mountain after he had killed him, or he wasn't discovered by anyone after he killed Universe God Mon. Hence, the difficulty of the task instantly became a few times higher. The reward for the third part of the task is for you to stay in Real God Hall for 2 months, and on top of that, you'll be rewarded with a Chaos Unique Treasure of Real God level. Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang immediately beamed with joy. It was unnecessary to talk about Real God Hall. For the second part of the task, he was only allowed to be in Real God Hall for a month's time. However, upon completion of the third part of the task, he could stay for 2 months. As for the Chaos Unique Treasure of Real God level, in Eternal Chaotic World, the treasures were segregated into Chaos Divine Weapon, Chaos Unique Treasure, and Chaos Divine Treasure. Among Chaos Unique Treasure, there was a difference between Universe God and Real God levels. The name itself revealed that Chaos Unique Treasure of Universe God level was for Universe God, while Chaos Unique Treasure of Real God level was for Real God. For instance, among the treasures that Jian Wushuang had, Blaze Quicksand Gourd could only be considered a higher class Chaos Unique Treasure of Universe God level. Blood Mountain Sword was just an embryo sword. By then, it had already merged with the strongest unique skill in the third heaven that Jian Wushuang created. The eruption of its power could be compared favorably with the top-notch Chaos Unique Treasure of Universe God level. Blood-killing plate armor could also be considered as a top-notch Chaos Unique Treasure of Universe God level. As for Real God level, Jian Wushuang really didn't have any. He possessed Mountain River Map, which was a Chaos Divine Treasure. It was a pity that, due to its high level, Jian Wushuang couldn't give full play to its power. He reckoned that he could only use the treasure after he became a real god. Hence, if he were to obtain Chaos Unique Treasure of Real God level at such a critical point, it would definitely be useful to Jian Wushuang. Although the third part of the task is very dangerous, the reward is generous, Jian Wushuang smiled. Opportunity and danger coexisted. Jian Wushuang, let me remind you that the third part of the task is not ordinary. You might lose your life if you make any careless mistake. Hence, before you launch an attack to kill Universe God Mon, be well prepared. Keep an escape route open. If you aren't well prepared, don't act hastily, Hall Master Yuan exhorted. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. Besides, if you were to be in life-threatening situation, Tell them your identity as a disciple of Star Palace directly. You might stand a chance, Hall Master Yuan said again. Jian Wushuang's eyes contracted, and then he nodded. I sent you the location of Sky Sword Mountain. Go ahead. Hall Master Yuan cut off their communication. Jian Wushuang departed shortly after. Chapter 1449, 9 Sword Mountains. Chapter 1449, 9 Sword Mountains. A huge piece of land was located in between two holy kingdoms. The piece of land was where Sky Sword Mountain was. Jian Wushuang spent another 10 years traveling by spaceship and went through the boundless void once again. He then appeared on the land. This is Sky Sword Mountain. Jian Wushuang looked over the huge piece of land before his eyes, and he could faintly see the 9 lofty mountains at the end of his view. Even though he was at a far distance, Jian Wushuang could feel the boundless aura of the 9 mountains. It is said that there are 9 sword mountains in Sky Sword Mountain, and the 9 sword mountains were made by the owner of Sky Sword Mountain himself. It is said to be impressive. King of Venomous Worm's voice was heard in his head. Let's take a look. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. After he got off the spaceship, he relied on his own speed to travel to the 9 loft sword mountains at the end of his sight. After a short while, Jian Wushuang appeared in the huge, empty land. In the empty land, there were many cultivators gathered together. Some were chatting casually, some were practicing swordsmanship, but a lot more of them were closing their eyes as they sat there. It seemed that they were comprehending something. Jian Wushuang stood on the empty land and lifted his gaze to look at the 9 mountains before him. The 9 mountains gave everyone an extremely magnificent feeling. Just as Jian Wushuang looked at the first huge mountain, Virum, a terrifying sword intention spread over. The sword intention spread with great momentum that made people submit. This sword intention. Jian Wushuang's eyes contracted suddenly, and his mind and soul immediately drowned in the sword intention. It was quite some time until Jian Wushuang came back to reality. I am drowned by the sword intention? Jian Wushuang was shocked. With his understanding of swordsmanship, he wouldn't be bothered with ordinary sword intention. However, the sword intention spread by the lofty mountain made him drown uncontrollably. Just how strong was the sword intention? Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the second mountain, Virum. Similarly, a terrifying sword intention spread over, but it was like all rivers running into the sea. It included everything in the universe. Jian Wushuang was affected by the sword intention and drowned uncontrollably. After a short while, so magical! Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, and they beamed with excitement. The 9 lofty mountains, every one of them contained a terrifying sword intention. The strength of the sword intention was so enchanting, and one would automatically submit. 9 unique mountains. If he were to cultivate and comprehend there for a short while, his swordsmanship would definitely improve tremendously. My friend, a gentle voice was heard. Jian Wushuang turned around and looked. He saw an old man in a white robe walking towards him. The old man in a white robe looked at him in a friendly way. You are. Jian Wushuang looked at the person approaching him. I am the white deacon of Sky Sword Mountain, Bing Tsong. The elderly in a white robe smiled. White deacon. Jian Wushuang looked shocked. One must know that the target of the task, Universe God Moyen, was also a white deacon of Sky Sword Mountain, who shared the same position as Bing Kong. Looking at your reaction, it should be your first time in Sky Sword Mountain, right? Bing Tsong smiled as he looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. Well, of course. Only cultivators who are in Sky Sword Mountain for the first time would be so shocked when they see the 9 sword mountains. Bing Tsong smiled and continued. The 9 sword mountains are the foundation of Sky Sword Mountain, also made by our owner. The 9 sword mountains. Every one of them contains terrifying sword intention. Also, it's the best place for cultivators of swordsmanship to comprehend and cultivate. No wonder there are so many sword cultivators here. Jian Wushuang looked around and saw the cultivators on the empty land were mostly sword cultivators. The purpose of your visit will be the same as the rest, right? Bing Tsong looked at Jian Wushuang. He had already noticed the sword that Jian Wushuang was carrying on his back. Of course, Jian Wushuang nodded and asked, Mr. Bing Tsong, if I were to intend to comprehend and cultivate before the 9 sword mountains, what would be the criteria? Criteria? There are no criteria. Our owner exhorted us long ago that the 9 sword mountains were open to all sword cultivators. Regardless of who they are, they can comprehend sword intentions before any sword mountain, and for however long they want, Bing Tsong said. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. 9 such impressive sword mountains are open to the public? Just how generous is the owner of Sky Sword Mountain? One must know that there were many forces and sects in eternal chaotic world, and they possessed some land of opportunities. But even their disciples had a certain limitation, let alone outsiders. For instance, in Lineage of Star, only the disciples of Star Palace were permitted to enter Real God Hall, Scripture Depository, and Reset Palace. But Sky Sword Mountain, from Jian Wushuang's point of view, although the 9 sword mountains couldn't be compared to Real God Hall favorably, it was a rare cultivation place. Especially for sword cultivators, it was definitely a chance that was hard to come by. But the owner of Sky Sword Mountain had opened the 9 sword mountains to public. That was very generous of him. There were many places for comprehension and cultivation on the empty land. You can pick anywhere you like to cultivate on your own. You can cultivate for however long you wish, but remember to not break Sky Sword Mountain's rule. Bing Tsong said, Rule? What rule? Jian Wushuang asked. Very simple. Just don't kill anyone in Sky Sword Mountain, Bing Tsong said. Jian Wushuang's eyes contracted. The aim of his visit to Sky Sword Mountain was to kill someone. It seemed that he definitely had to break Sky Sword Mountain's rule. What would happen if one accidentally broke Sky Sword Mountain's rule? Jian Wushuang asked casually. One who breaks the rule will be punished in Sky Sword Mountain, which means Bing Tsong sighed with emotion. What will happen? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. I don't know, but Bing Tsong shook his head and continued. It is the higher-up who is of real god level in Sky Sword Mountain who is in charge of punishment, after all. But I've heard that rule breakers end very tragically. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows slightly. All right, friend. Take your time to comprehend and cultivate. If there's any problem, you can look for me. We are the White Deacon, after all, and we are obliged to take care of trivial matters. Bing Tsong smiled and turned to leave. Jian Wushuang stood there quietly as a strange light shimmered in his eyes. There are so many experts in Sky Sword Mountain. There are even so many real gods. To kill under the watch of so many experts, it definitely will not be easy. But I'm not in a hurry either. I'll stay under the 9 sword mountains to comprehend slowly and get to know the environment better. Then I'll look for an opportunity to take action. Chapter 1450, Universe God Mo Yen. Chapter 1450, Universe God Mo Yen. After Jian Wushuang had made up his mind, he immediately found a space and sat down while his gaze fixed on the 9 lofty sword mountains in front of him. Every one of the 9 sword mountains contained boundless sword intention, and all 9 of them were different. Jian Wushuang could feel every single one of the sword intentions. After a while, Jian Wushuang chose one of the sword mountains. The sword mountain contained an extremely swift and fierce sword intention that seemed to be able to tear the universe. It was extremely similar to Jian Wushuang's sword intention. According to Jian Wushuang's understanding towards the sword, The sword aimed to kill, and it originally contained boundless spearheads. Only a rusty sword would lose its swiftness. Jian Wushuang started to comprehend in silence and feel the sword intention of the sword mountain. Along with the comprehension, his understanding towards the sword principle and sword intention continuously increased. The time slowly passed. Sky Sword Mountain had strict rules that no one dared to break. Jian Wushuang stayed silent as he comprehended. No one came to interrupt him either. In the blink of an eye, it had been 70 years. Jian Wushuang already stood up from the ground. Then he held Blood Mountain's sword with his eyes, still closed, but Blood Mountain sword started to be wielded slowly. Whistle! A ray of sword light suddenly flashed. The sword light was like a frightened swan. It suddenly swept past. However, at the instant when the sword light pierced through, an extremely terrifying fierce aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying stroke. The stroke even attracted many cultivators' attention. Rank 3 strongest unique skill. The sword principle is so swift and fierce. Such swift and fierce stroke carries a power that can't be blocked. I definitely couldn't withstand that stroke. The cultivators complimented in silence. There were many sword principle cultivators, but there weren't many who had reached the level of peak universe god in the third heaven. One who could create a rank 3 strongest unique skill was even more scarce. Hence, the sword principle that Jian Wushuang performed received their compliments. After Jian Wushuang had performed his sword principle, he immediately stored his sword and slowly opened his eyes. Phew! Jian Wushuang let out a breath of relief and revealed a smile across his face. After comprehension for 70 years on the Sword Mountain, my understanding towards sword principle has increased tremendously. Although I still have yet to create a unique skill of real god level, I have created the second rank 3 strongest unique skill besides enduring samsara. This stroke advances bravely. It won't stop without tearing apart or eliminating the person. As the sword light swings out, it is like a frightened swan. As such, the stroke should be named Frightened Swan. Jian Wushuang smiled. Frightened Swan stroke was created, and Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was one step closer to perfection. In Sky Sword Mountain, there were many buildings. Among these buildings, there were stores, bars, and also entertainment places. He was in front of a store then. "Take your leave leisurely," a malicious youth in a white robe said humbly as he sent 2 peak universe gods in the third heaven away. "Sorry for giving you so much trouble." The 2 peak universe gods in the third heaven didn't act haughtily, but one of them took out his Qian Kuan ring. "This is a token of appreciation. Please take it." The malicious-looking youth in a white robe beamed with joy and accepted it. "If you were to come across any trouble in Sky Sword Mountain in the future, come and look for me." "Sure." The 2 peak universe gods in the third heaven left very soon after. The malicious-looking youth in white robe watched the 2 of them left and immediately ran through the Qian Kun ring. Then he immediately wore a satisfying smile across his face as he walked into the store again. Jian Wushuang, who was in the bar opposite the store, saw the scene. Universe God Mo Yen. Jian Wushuang's gaze was fixed on the malicious-looking youth in the white robe. His soul power covered the store entirely then. Universe God Mo Yen is really cunning. I've been in Sky Sword Mountain for 70 years, but I've never seen him leave the mountain. Plus, even when he's in Sky Sword Mountain, he normally stays in the store. In the nearby stores, there are at least 4 real gods. Jian Wushuang sighed in silence. He had waited in Sky Sword Mountain for 70 years. In the 70 years, most of the time he had comprehended at the Sword Mountain, but he was looking for a chance to take action simultaneously. However, for 70 years, he had never found any chance to take action. In the end, Jian Wushuang concluded that if he wanted to kill Universe God Mo Yen, he could only do it in the store. under the watch of the 4 real gods. If it were to be any ordinary cultivator, even if he was an expert of real god level, to kill universe god Mo Yen under the watch of 4 real gods and leave would be almost impossible. However, I might stand a chance, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He was different from ordinary cultivators. After all, he was good at soul attacks. The scariest part about soul attacks were that he could kill his opponent quietly without much movement. Although the 4 real gods are nearby, it is impossible for them to disperse their consciousness at all times to pay close attention to their surroundings. Even if someone died near them, as long as there was no noise, no eruption of divine power, they shouldn't be able to discover it. This is my chance. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Universe god Mo Yen, although he is a peak universe god in the 3rd heaven, he isn't strong in consciousness. He should only be at the level of an ordinary universe god in the 3rd heaven. According to my current soul strength, if I were to perform the inextinguishable light with the secret skill of Tian Yuan with full force, the sudden attack should have a high 70% chance to be able to kill him. A 70% success rate is already very high. After killing him, I will leave immediately. By the time the real gods realize, I should be out of Sky, Sword Mountain. Jian Wushuang thought it through again and decided to take action. Immediately, Jian Wushuang left the bar and walked into the store opposite Universe God Mo Yen. Jian Wushuang arrived in the store, and he saw the malicious-looking youth in a white robe who was inspecting a ton at the desk. Universe God Mo Yen. Besides Universe God Mo Yen, there were 2 servants at the entrance of the store. Universe God Mo Yen's eyes beamed with joy the moment he saw Jian Wushuang enter. He could feel Jian Wushuang's aura, which revealed him to be a peak universe god in the 3rd heaven. On Sky Sword Mountain, peak universe gods in the 3rd heaven were all big customers. Mister, how can I help you? Universe god Mo Yen stood up and asked with a smile. I need a few elixirs to help to stabilize my mind and body. It must be of a higher level. I wonder if you sell them? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, but we at Sky Sword Mountain sell things at a higher price compared to other places. I wonder if Mr. can accept this? Universe God Mo Yen asked again. Chapter 1451, Sudden Change. Chapter 1451, Sudden Change. I want an elixir. As for chaos gems, it wouldn't be a problem, Jian Wushuang said. If so, please follow me to the secret room for further discussion, Universe God Mo Yen said. Secret room. Jian Wushuang was happy, but he wore a poker face. Sure. Please, under the lead of Universe God Mo Yen, Jian Wushuang walked into the secret room in the interior of the shop. On the way, Jian Wushuang took out a token secretly. The token was a mirror token, specially used to record the mirror image. The mirror image was also the item that Jian Wushuang used to prove that he had completed the task alone. Universe God Mo Yen led Jian Wushuang, and they arrived at the secret room. There was a glimmer of light in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and his soul power covered the surroundings. He instantly determined that it was the best time for him to take action. Universe God Mo Yen, Jian Wushuang suddenly spoke. How did you know my name? Universe God Mo Yen turned around in surprise. Just as he turned, a silent soul light pierced into him without any sign. Too fast, and they were too close to one another. Universe God Mo Yen couldn't respond at all. The soul light hit his consciousness and destroyed his consciousness easily, like breaking dead wood. Universe God Mo Yen stared but didn't make any sound. His body was still standing but never fell. However, his aura had already dispersed. Success! Jian Wushuang tightened his grip. Just as he had expected, Universe God Mo Yen's consciousness strength was of a normal standard among peak universe gods in the 3rd heaven. He performed the second layer of the secret skill of Tian Yuan with his all-inextinguishable light, and under the condition that caught Universe God Mo Yen by surprise. It was not possible for him to block the attack. His consciousness was destroyed directly. After he killed Universe God Mo Yen, Jian Wushuang took away his Qian Kun ring. Then he didn't stay any longer in the private room, but left the shop directly. Jian Wushuang looked calm as he walked to the entrance of the shop. The two attendants bowed at him politely but didn't notice anything unusual. Jian Wushuang left the shop without hindrance. Everything was just as planned. As long as there's no movement, there shouldn't be anyone who notices Universe God Mo Yan's death. Before they react, I should already leave the place. They won't be able to catch me in time. The third part of the task isn't as difficult as I'd imagined. Jian Wushuang smiled as he prepared to leave Sky Sword Mountain swiftly. Humph! How dare you kill in Sky Sword Mountain? You have guts! An angry bellow that seemed to be from out of the highest heaven suddenly reverberated through Sky Sword Mountain. The voice was as loud as thunder, and it shook all the cultivators in Sky Sword Mountain. Rumble! A terrifying power instantly concentrated in the sky above. What? Jian Wushuang's face changed. He lifted his head in shock and realized that there was a huge hand towering above his head. The towering, huge hand was moving towards him slowly. It made Jian Wushuang feel as though his head was exploding, and there was an unprecedented fear growing in him. It's almighty, it's almighty! The king of venomous worms' voice and groan was suddenly heard in Jian Wushuang's head. How is this possible? Jian Wushuang was in disbelief. He was confident that he had done it flawlessly. The real gods in Sky Sword Mountain has yet to notice Universe God Mo Yan's death, and he could totally escape. However, he had never expected that the real god wouldn't notice. But the most terrifying existence on Sky Sword Mountain, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain, would instead. After the owner of Sky Sword Mountain found out, he took action against him immediately. The Almighty took action on his own. Even Jian Wushuang felt hopeless. In and out of Sky Sword Mountain, countless cultivators, including various real gods, looked up in terror. All of them were staring at the towering hand. This is the Almighty's doing. In Sky Sword Mountain, there's only one Almighty, who is the owner of Sky Sword Mountain. Who is it? He provoked the owner of Sky Sword Mountain to take action himself? Killing in Sky Sword Mountain? And caught by the owner of Sky Sword Mountain himself? TSK. This person is doomed. Everyone was greatly astonished and pitied Jian Wushuang. Rumble. The towering hand slowly descended. It looked slow, but there was a feeling that soared up in Jian Wushuang that he couldn't resist or avoid it. He could only stand there and watch as he waited for the huge hand to eliminate him. He had no power to struggle nor fight back. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain, I'm a disciple of Star Palace, Jian Wushuang shouted in madness. His voice spread across the entire Sky Sword Mountain. It was Jian Wushuang's last chance. He could only hope for the owner of Sky Sword Mountain to be lenient because of the lineage of Star. Humph! So what if you are the disciple of Star Palace? This is Sky Sword Mountain. No one has the right to violate my rules here in Sky Sword Mountain. However, as you are only a universe god, I will not kill you. I will send you to Sky Sword Prison for you to perish. The magnificent voice reverberated in the universe once again. After it was done, the towering hand suddenly increased in speed and clawed towards Jian Wushuang at lightning speed. Jian Wushuang had no power to fight back, and he could only watch as the towering hand picked him up like a chick and threw him. There was a wormhole that appeared in the surrounding void, and Jian Wushuang's figure instantly drowned in the wormhole and disappeared. After it did all that, the towering hand slowly dispersed, and the magnificent voice wasn't heard again. The entire Sky Sword Mountain resumed its silence. However, the countless cultivators on Sky Sword Mountain, including the real gods, were still astonished. Earlier, when the hand descended, I felt like the sky was going to collapse. I had no intention to fight back. It was too scary. Almighty, it's an Almighty's way. The universe god is imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison by the owner of Sky Sword Mountain. Sky Sword Prison? Where's that? You don't know? TSK. It is widely recognized by the nearby 72 holy kingdoms that it is the scariest place. Even the real gods would be petrified if they heard the name. A universe god who is imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison. I'm afraid he will stand no hope to get out of it. However, he was audacious enough to kill in Sky Sword Mountain, so he deserved it. The cultivators in Sky Sword Mountain continued to discuss among themselves. It only subsided after a few days. Very soon, Sky Sword Mountain resumed its tranquility. Chapter 1452, Sky Sword Prison. Chapter 1452, Sky Sword Prison. The place was in complete isolation from the outside world. It was a boundless crimson land called Sky Sword Prison. Crimson sky and dark, boundless ground. There was a pungent blood smell in the air. Virum. A part of the void suddenly distorted, and was then followed by a flowing light that erupted from the distorted void. Its speed was extremely swift, and it slammed down at the bare mountain. Bang! A loud thud. Then the mountain exploded entirely as shattered debris dispersed. Underneath the broken stones, a figure struggled and stood up slowly. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain is quite brutal. Luckily, my divine body is extremely strong and I can withstand such strong impact. Otherwise, if I were to be any ordinary peak universe god in the third heaven, from the slam on the mountain, I'd already have lost my skin. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows as he felt the churning blood in his body. Very soon, he recovered his body status. This is... Jian Wushuang looked around as he swept out his soul power. He realized that his soul power was hindered and the range he covered was barely 1/5 of what he could in the outside world. This space is extremely strange, Jian Wushuang muttered and immediately took out a token. He tried to send a message to Hall Master Yuan, but the message couldn't be sent. He was surprised by that. He understood that he was in Sky Sword Prison that the owner of Sky Sword Mountain mentioned earlier. As it was a prison, it naturally wouldn't be an ordinary one. If one could communicate with people in the outside world, it wouldn't be called a prison. I'm in big trouble, Jian Wushuang sighed. He never thought that the owner of Sky Sword Mountain would notice during the process of him completing his task and that he would imprison him in Sky Sword Prison. He had once heard that Sky Sword Prison was an extremely terrifying place during his 70 years in Sky Sword Mountain. It seemed that most of the people who broke the rules on Sky Sword Mountain would be imprisoned in Sky Sword Prison. However, the people in the outside world only knew of the existence of the prison. No one knew where the prison was or what would one encounter in the prison. Although it's a troublesome situation, it's much better than losing my life straight away. Plus, I already revealed my identity when I was thrown into this prison. Hall Master Yuan should find out that I'm detained from the owner of Sky Sword Mountain very soon, and he should be figuring out a way to save me. However, before that, I'll need to figure a way to stay alive in here. Jian Wushuang looked around with a solemn look. He could clearly feel the bloody scent in the air. Such a pungent bloody scent showed that Sky Sword Prison must be going through a mad massacre all the time. After he had thought for a while, Jian Wushuang plunged towards a direction. He was very slow in speed. He didn't know much about Sky Sword Prison after all. He naturally didn't dare to barge in. 3 days later, a vague shadow in a luxuriantly grown bush suddenly lifted its head. Through the gaps among the tree leaves, he could see that there was a young man in red robe carrying a sword behind his back appeared in the void above and flew past the top of his head. Red robe? Sword? This look, I've never seen it. Could he be a newcomer? Jia, here comes the opportunity. The vague shadow was overjoyed. He stared at the young man in red robes, eyes above, and he was beaming with excitement too. The aura all over his body was hidden to its limit, and it could be said that it was flawless. Right at that moment, the young man in the red robe flew past the top of his head. Swoosh! The vague shadow suddenly plunged like a cheetah. The speed was too swift. He swept up from the bush below, but instantly appeared in the sky 1,000 miles above and appeared behind the young man in red robe. Then, pst! An extremely sharp claw that could tear the sky suddenly descended, and a terrifying, murderous intention exploded. At such a close distance, this boy will be doomed. The vague shadow saw that the young man in the red robe couldn't find him at the first instance, and he relaxed. Just as he slashed the sharp claws at the young man in the red robe, the young man who had been facing him suddenly turned around. At the moment he turned around, his eyes flashed out a crimson light. The crimson light was like a crimson sun, extremely harsh to the eye, yet eye-catching. It was Jian Wushuang's 18 Azura Hell. One must know that Jian Wushuang had already lit up his soul fire, and his soul power was spread around him all the time. Although the vague shadow had hidden among the bush without any sign, it was almost impossible to hide from the probe of Jian Wushuang's soul power. Jian Wushuang had noticed the existence of the vague shadow long ago. He hadn't exposed him. When the vague shadow launched an attack, he suddenly performed his technique. The vague shadow saw the crimson sun immediately and suddenly drowned in a phantasmagoria. Humph! The vague shadow quickly shook off from the dreamland and harumphed. He swept out his sharp claws and then continued to explode with action after pausing for just a short while. You resisted my 18 Azura Hell so easily? Jian Wushuang was shocked, but immediately wielded his sword. A terrifying sword intention suddenly erupted. Dang! 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 Jian Wushuang exchanged blows with the vague shadow at lightning speed. In an instant, they had already slashed thrice. The impact from the 3 collisions made Jian Wushuang take 2 steps back, but the vague shadow grew imposing, and its body turned into a 2-meter-tall, golden, exotic beast. The exotic beast used its claws and slashed. Kacha! Jian Wushuang could faintly hear that there was an explosive sound in the air. Its terrifying power made Jian Wushuang grow distressed. Go away! Jian Wushuang's blood mountain sword immediately erupted with a terrifying scarlet light. The slight bit of power of reincarnation that he had comprehended suddenly flowed into his sword principle and increased the power tremendously. Rumble! The sword light and the claw collided directly, and the 2 bolts of terrifying power exploded. The golden exotic beast that the vague shadow had turned into flew off from the attack directly. 3rd level. Just as the golden exotic beast retreated, it exclaimed in surprise. After he steadied himself, he didn't hesitate but turned around to run away. Want to escape? Jian Wushuang's face grew cold, and he took out a gold calabash. Rumble! A large amount of blazing quicksand flowed out and instantly flooded the vast void. The golden exotic beast was engulfed within, and the quicksand region immediately took effect.